welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. Hopefully now we have with us a map of the stages of human development that we go through as a soul and what gets in the way of that development, allowing us to understand the nature of human excellence and the nature of human problems. On that map, we also have an understanding of those who are yet to become philosophers, yet to pick up the dialectic, follow the logos, develop excellence of themselves and fulfill their purpose as a intelligent being who has evolved language and ousia and is participating in time, allowing us to reflect ousia upon our false images and beliefs we carry about self and reality. And of course, reality includes justice, beauty, goodness, and free ourselves from those false images and beliefs to, which is our work here as human beings, but also use that freedom to go further and discover the true nature of self, reality, and of course, reality is also includes the good, beauty, justice, excellence, all of the things we ultimately seek. Now, because reality contains all of those different things, well, that's metaphysics. Understanding the eidos aspects, that's the word that's been has been a great betrayal against our spiritual heritage. That word eidos has been translated as forms. It isn't. It means to behold. So it's the aspects you can behold directly with an encounter, in an encounter with intelligence. That's metaphysics. That's metaphysics prior to physics, the meta of physics. And that's philosophy. That's true understanding. While physical world understanding, we might call scientific understanding, uses these principles of goodness, of truth, of beauty, of wholeness, of part, to understand our physical world through sense perception only. Real understanding, or dianoia, is about those principles, those causes, and of course that brings in the idea of goodness. So a regular scientist can make nuclear weapons, concentration camps, and we see lots and lots of those being built, and those people seem to have risen to power in our society. Those who make weapons and tools for oppression and enslavement, we have to take one more step and say, hang on a second, is that good to do? That's philosophy. That's our purpose. So a species at our stage of development who doesn't pick up their purpose and become philosophers, studying metaphysics, able to understand the good, destroys itself, goes extinct. So human beings are on the verge of extinction. And however, if we do awaken to our purpose, as we're doing here, and pick up the task, the staff, as Socrates says, the true mystics, many are the people who carry a staff, but only the true philosophers are the real mystics. If we do that, we can overcome that fate, the train tracks of fate, which is our destruction, and maybe discover that there is a purpose for humanity within a larger cosmos or galaxy or universe. Is there a reason humanity exists within a greater whole? That's up for us to see. That's what we're doing today. We're doing our purpose, having fun, because it's the best fun. It's the only real game in town. It's the noblest game. Where's the fun and
Where's
whimsy?
the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
That's right here. By seeing if we can overcome our extinction through Armageddon. Armageddon is what we call the end of the world, brought in by belief-based people, religious people, in particular the Abrahamic believers, who are following the ignorance of Paul. Modern Christians are Pauline. So this Armageddon that the modern Christians are pursuing, because only then can they hope to defeat evil or solve human problems. So they have been lied to since childhood to think that problems are solved through violence and punishment and not through philosophical understanding, self-reflection, finding the cause of problems and addressing it rationally. So what's especially ironic about this Armageddon thing is it was supposed to have happened within Paul's lifetime. But 2,000 years later, people are completely ignorant about the origin of their own beliefs. Of course, that's the human condition. All human problems come from our false beliefs about ourselves and the world. We just talked about that, called the pathologos. But through the dialectic, we can engage in something called midwifery, with the help of our dreams especially, to find the root cause of those beliefs. In doing so, we can free ourselves from our problems and our primitive, because this is a cognitive feature that we carry from our caveman days. Savage, it causes our savage relationship to ourselves and others. This primitive, savage nature of human injustice can be removed by addressing the cause. Why do we believe this? And of course, we see that also demonstrated in religion. Religious people don't know the source of their beliefs. They don't know who Paul was. They don't know why Paul opposed Jesus and opposed Mark. They don't know that Paul claimed to be better than Jesus and appointed by God. And they don't know that all of this faith and belief stuff Jesus specifically opposed and Paul instated because of his ignorance. So all of the stuff about faith and necessary for salvation, all of that stuff is Paul. Now you can find this, it's called the Kerygma, Kergyma, I think you spell it. So the fundamental things we recognize as a modern Christian, all of them are from Paul, and they're all garbage. And one of those garbage ideas is Armageddon. That the only way of solving human problems is by defeating evil, by blowing up the world. And then Jesus will come back on magic, and through magic will win the war. Now, while that belief is, you can say, well, that's just some crazy idiot who liked to murder Christians for fun, Paul, so we could just dismiss that, or we could address it rationally. That's what we're doing. We're talking to someone who does believe this particular belief and address it rationally. And what we've been learning about the human condition is two things. Follow the Logos to know the sacred source of everything through the Logos, that's the self-Logos, and our problems that we're here to purify, the pathologos, our sick false beliefs from childhood, that we become identified with, becomes our mask, and we venerate or universalize as we grow older. So it's not my beliefs, it's my idea of God. It's not my beliefs, it's the founding fathers. You're not insulting me, you're anti-American. You're not insulting me, says Netanyahu, you're anti-Semitic. So it's a whole thing. It's not just me. So and let's just kill everything that opposes that instead of my purpose to develop through understanding. So that's the pathologos and the self-logos. That's our purpose. But to remove our problems, the pathologos, there is a two-step phase, or two steps in the process. Of course, we have to, as we just said, address the root cause of our belief. Why was it believable? As the Oracle says,
People don't logic their way into stupid positions. They stupid their way into stupid positions.
it wasn't something we came to through the dialectic, through logos, through logic. It was, we stupided our way into that position. Meaning, it's an image. There was a certain image that looked believable. And our job, of course, is to find that cause or source of our problems, just as and at the same time, use that freedom to seek the true cause and source of everything, ourself. So the cause of our pathologos and the cause of the self-logos. To recognize the inherent intelligibility, understandability, or logos within a direct encounter beyond intelligence with the source. So while the direct encounter with intelligence and understanding its aspects is the eidos, you can personify that as the gods, because they're eternally existing things that are the cause of our reality. And likewise, its cause, the cause of all causes, the principle of all principles, or beyond the highest experience, awareness itself, God. So you can call that God. It's the highest possible idea of God. So the God and the gods, the self and intelligence. To take it literally is the Greeks called being a savage or a barbarian. Thumbs up. So the two, as we were saying, the two steps involved in purifying our pathologos belief that is the cause of human problems is, ultimately to find the cause of it. Why was it believable? Which involves tracing our state of mind that accompanies our problematic functioning or role, tracing that state of mind like a time machine through our past to the origin where we first picked up this false belief to save our clan leader. So, as an example, Trumpers voting for Trump, who is harming and killing them slowly through taking away all social services, which is supposed to be the role of the government to make sure that all of the wealth is distributed equally, universally, for universal benefit. He's doing the opposite of that. He's making trillions of dollars through corruption and hurting and killing American people. But they still vote for him. They're taking the blame. Oh, I should be a billionaire too. Let's ignore the fact you can't have multiple billionaires. You can't have everyone a billionaire because then we'd all be equal. So it's not, we should be seeking wealth equality. Instead of doing that, they take the blame. It's me. I didn't pull myself up from my bootstraps enough. If I was smart like Trump, same thing for Netanyahu, it's our fault. It's not Netanyahu's fault for being an evil, what do they call him now? Hitler with a yarmulke. So in a similar way, we took the blame for our parental figures who played the role as king, priest of the house in order to survive, because we were too young to have mastery of language to ask questions, but also it was quite dangerous. So we have to go back with some understanding in our back pocket, with the dialectic art, our human functioning, our human purpose, to address the cause. But before we can do that, we have to recognize we have a problem. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing today. Now that light behind me seems awfully bright. So, the phone's dead. I've got a dead phone. I had to get a new phone. My phone died. My phone exploded on me. So let me finish this thought. So before we can go back and address that root cause, we have to make sure that the argument itself can be seen as irrational. So we have to address the logos of the argument, and it's when someone is unable to follow the logos, they become irrational and irate and start attacking you personally instead of addressing the ideas. They try and start other conversations. What about this thing that he did? What about this? What about this? They can't follow the reason. They can't follow the arguments. They're trying to sabotage. They're trying to take over. No, I want to ask the questions. Don't you ask the questions. I ask the questions. I want to be in charge. That kind of juvenile shit. Or they were able to follow and they were able to come to the conclusion, but they can't accept that conclusion. Let me just change my lights real quick. This one? What's going on here? Okay. Soft. Okay. That's the one I've got. I need to go even softer. I can pause this. So, address the logos to recognize a problem, and then we can use philosophical midwifery to, in a one-on-one sort of conversation, to trace it back to the origin of that pathologos that caused us to either be blocked from the logos of the parts, the steps, or accepting and holding on to and using and functioning through its conclusion. So, the most common kind of pathologosic belief we've identified as the seventh hypothesis. It's also the most dangerous, which is why currently those in charge are sweeping death and destruction across our species and planet unnecessarily. We could be just having a lot of fun together, doing our purpose, or we could be murdering and killing people for the pleasure and profit of a certain group of the most sick individuals within our species. Now, we're currently doing that one, but let's see if we can do something about that today. And that's where we are. Let's see if we can use everything we've been learning from this book, now 170 something episodes, to let's see if we can defeat Satan and stop Armageddon. Let's jump in. Okay, that's where we were last time, seeing Socrates outline his movement from early childhood, becoming open to philosophy through first encountering music, then encountering a beautiful woman who was able to talk with reason about the highest ideas. She said it's the whole that is seeing, hearing, and thinking right now. Okay, right, so our movement through reasoning to the direct encounter with intelligence, that's how we solve the problems of humanity, because the opposition to that, our purpose, our changing and growth through the logos, is conservatism. That's what right-wing means, that's what fascists are. Conservatism is to hold on to a sick past. Looking forward to meaningful change is an opposite movement. I saw a TikTok the other day, or Instagram or something, where it was some young woman who asks right-wingers questions. And so she said, hey, you can just ask this question of any right-winger and it will stump them. What do you want? Like, what's your plan for the country in 10 years? What do you want it to be? They can't answer it because they don't want anything. They want to venerate their current ignorance and injustice. That's it. So they'll say, oh, you know, and the guy's answer was, oh, what we stand for as conservatives is slowing down change. We don't want change. Leftists want to change things, and we don't want that. We want to conserve the way that things are. And she goes, well, no, but what do you want? Do you want to make the world better? Sure, absolutely. Well, what is that? Well, first of all, we don't want to do it too quickly. Just not being able to answer the question. Because they don't have any principles, because they're opposed to understanding, and understanding is what allows us to address principles. So that's conservatism. Now, how do we stop? How do we win for humanity, for reason? That will benefit everyone.
You're a little bitch ass baby. Win, 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 win.
Whoops, not a bitch ass baby. We're going to win.
It's a win, 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 win.
We have to. The issue between these forces hinges on whether the proposals of each benefit the growth and development of the soul. There's our standard. Does this benefit the growth and development of the soul? No, but it makes me billions of dollars. It allows me to exploit poor people on Epstein Island. Then that's not what we're going to do in a rational society. When it can be demonstrated that only one is true, no compromise. You don't compromise with fascism. When a patient says, give me 1 million of the drugs, and the doctor says, no, you need a cast on your arm. Do you compromise and get half a cast and give 500,000 drugs to the patient? Nope. There's no compromise with injustice. Justice is itself. When it can be demonstrated that only one is true and reflects a higher truth. And we have been talking about how while all those who are not yet philosophers are carrying some of the 5 stages of development, they have problems. That's fifth hypothesis, our image thinking, shapes and colors that cause us to not respond to reality the way it is, and chase false images of good to our detriment. because of our fourth hypothesis, underlying false beliefs. So our beliefs are the model that causes our image thinking, that causes our problems and sadness. In spite of that, some can participate in understanding, third hypothesis, to a degree. Perhaps through an appreciation of music, perhaps through an appreciation or love of understanding in other areas, solving problems in other fields, other areas. And it's a shadow. So while our image thinking comes from belief as a copy from a model or an activity from a model, so too is understanding the activity from the model of pure intelligence. So prior to becoming a philosopher and waking up to the true human race, we can actually take those kinds of false beliefs that are the cause of human problems and even understand what kinds there are. We've got 5. Now, they're all defined as an opposition to any one of those stages of development or levels of reality. Those that are unable to even recognize they have image thinking are ninth hypothesis, nihilists. Any thought, any thing in reality, any problem isn't a problem, it's all just illusion. There is nothing, it's just deluded, deluding the deluded, delusion, deluding the deluded. So while we pointed out that the fifth hypothesis, image thinking, is the activity from the model, they say there is no activity, there's no meaningful activity, and therefore they are the lowest state of mind, complete depression, black-pilled, giving up. And it's these people that require, or seem to at least, require another person who's open to understanding, to relate to them in a good way. To help them realize, hey, don't give up. That's a loser mentality for losers. It's not true, because aren't we having a conversation? Therefore, was that a fun activity or a meaningful activity in some way? By the way, were we two different people? So at least there's that part. So the ninth hypothesis, which is an opposition to parts and activities in the physical world of appearances, is the saddest. Eighth hypothesis, that opposed to any, they're okay with physical parts, but there's no meaningful whole. We're all just chemicals in space. Love is just serotonin. A painting is just atoms. And we saw how that aligns with the, well, these are the 5 kinds of problems, the 5 kinds of ways people can respond negatively, ignore something new that challenges what you think, mock it, threaten it, exile it, kill it. Often that's the realm of eighth. It's a very easy thing to be smug about. You don't have to defend your position because you can point to physical stuff. No, look, just chemicals, right? You idiots who think there's a higher meaning or purpose, you're all dumb. Can you prove it? No, you can't prove a negative. You're just dumb. So while nihilists might be the most sad, often, not always, but sometimes, materialists and atheists are the most smug. Which is interesting because that's a criticism leveled at the left. Because what the left does is oppose belief. Because belief is the cause of human problems. Understanding, fantastic. Understand what's good. Understand the steps to reach good. But believers say, no, the bad is good. Murdering people is good, actually. Why? Just believe me. But we can understand it's bad. Oh, because understanding is the devil. Or bad things invading Iran will cause a good thing. Cheap eggs, lower oil prices, whatever the fuck. Which is wrong. It's a lie. But belief can do that. So what progressives do one of the things we have to do is address ignorance. So we oppose the fourth hypothesis. That can be mistaken as eighth hypothesis. People like materialists or reductionists that oppose any meaningful whole at all in the physical world. So this charge of being a smug leftist is a confusion with mistaking understanding-based people in the third for those that oppose any meaningful whole in the physical world at all. Atheists and materialists. Those that mock. Now everyone mocks, of course, but this idea of smug. So, the saddest and the most tragic also, because this smugness is opposed to them being able to look at their dreams. Our biggest guidance comes from our dreams, of course. And dreams is something that you can very easily dismiss as in an eighth hypothesis. So a meaningful whole, we can participate in the physical world. So it's very stuck. Also, we can recognize that a meaningful whole is our problems. All problems are rational, solvable, because they can be understood as a whole. Our excellence is understandable and reachable. So we're not opposing that kind of whole, we're opposing belief. We can understand those things. So, eighth hypothesis, what we're addressing today is the seventh hypothesis, the opposition to the third, which is the logos. So an understandable hierarchical arrangement where providence is extended from intelligence to those that are ignorant through our dreams and our problems. That's we can listen to through the dialectic, which is our purpose. Nope, none of that. Now, we are in the realm of mind. We're over the fourth, fifth, eighth, and ninth are just the physical world. So they do think there is some cause or principle or guiding force. They just think that guiding forces are equal and opposite. Good versus evil. Satan versus the devil. Satan versus God. And therefore, without logos, because it's opposed to logos, you don't solve problems through understanding, which is how you actually solve problems. You have to kill the bad guys at the peak of the movie, or in war, or in genocide, or in capitalism, or in enslavement, or Armageddon. So this is the sickness of punishment. You made a mistake, now I get to beat you up. That's sadism as well, because that's what they take for goodness. Being blocked from the second and third, they can't participate in true knowing and true teaching or guidance or rulership. So they take the ability to get away with inflicting punishment, cruelty, suffering. They take that as their highest good and mark of being an understander and a knower, sadism. Now, this is based on a belief that they're carrying, so it's a kind of pathologos belief. Fourth hypothesis, it's the seventh. That's why the capitalist conservatives and the religious people in power always like to torture, abuse, and murder people. That's sadism. It's this worldview that's leading to Armageddon. So, what are we looking at? There is a way of moving through all of these 5 stages positively, recognizing your fifth hypothesis problems, opposition to your mind, opposition to your goals, opposition to your benefit. That manifests as image thinking. You come across a certain person and you respond to them based on an image you're carrying, not based on reality, and you can sabotage yourself in some way. So that, and then once you start to recognize a pattern of this, you can sit on the chair. the midwifery chair by participating in the fifth hypothesis, looking for your images that cause your problems. Now, one way of surfacing that is easy. Count to 10. You can sit on a cushion in an ashram, or you can sit on your couch. Count to 10. Now, you'll notice after a while, just do that on repeat, images will pop into your mind to distract you or sabotage you from your goal. And while we talked about dialectician being able to follow the logos and notice tangents and distractions and sabotage from the other person when they're hitting their blocks, so too can you surface your own with any simple task. Now, the best, of course, is logos. Use the logos to surface the pathologos. Try and master an intelligible work, the sorts of things we read on this channel. And in reading that page, or whatever it is you're doing, you'll start to notice distracting thoughts and tangents. Take notice of those images. Now, of course, an even better way, or even better way is dreams. Same thing happens in dreams. You have a goal in your dreams, and it's all images. But the thing about dreams is everything is images. You're not just being distracted sitting on your couch reading a book. You're being distracted on a mountain in medieval times by a gargoyle. All of those images are meaningful. That's why dream analysis is our highest human function. So, fifth hypothesis, on the chair. Fourth hypothesis, recognize that you are carrying with you beliefs that you are trying to surface in midwifery or dialectic or dream analysis. That are the source of those problems. Now, to do that, you need another person to talk to. It's not a one-person game.
I'm looking for someone to share in. I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
That's why we're looking for people to share in an adventure. So we have someone to talk to and share this adventure with. But also, in principle, we need a dialectician to talk to about our images, to surface our beliefs, and that's the purification we're here to do as human beings. So, while we give $60 million to LeBron James for doing basketball and $100 million to Football Joe in the Cowboys, I'm guessing, for doing football, we need to be giving the biggest paycheck to dialecticians. They're the people who can help people. So yeah, I was going to say help people the most, but just in principle, they're the people who can help people. It's the most meaningful activity that we should be venerating and glorifying and compensating the most. That's the third hypothesis. And by the way, while being on the chair, fifth, as someone examining their fourth hypothesis beliefs, you are also learning to become like the dialectician in following along. So the more that we read this book, the more we're becoming like Socrates and Pierre Grimes, two master dialecticians. The more you look at your dreams, same thing, same principle. So also this is an activity. It's an activity in the physical world. Fifth hypothesis, there is a meaningful activity. So you're not in the ninth. You're in a fourth hypothesis, whole. Also, so the whole is the activity. Spammer.
Robots will replace that, and that's terrifying. This is like the worst use of AI.
That's you, Spammer.
Worse than sludge.
That's you.
This is like even worse than
AI sludge somehow.
And this is spam.
It's your spam.
Look at this broad.
Look at
AI slop.
Well, that's not true because I don't think so.
It is true, because it is. So, sitting on the chair with the problem fifth, in an activity in the physical world as a whole, fourth, with a third hypothesis, dialectician. Now, the dialectician has to have some model upon which his art is based. That's the second. That's an encounter with intelligence itself. The philosophy that we study here, true philosophy, the development of understanding, is all based on that. So all of the dialectics we do is, what is beauty? An aspect of intelligence. What is justice? What is goodness? What is reality? These are all second hypotheses and can be achieved, can be experienced as an encounter with intelligence itself. And if that's intelligence itself, the greater we can participate in the second, the more intelligent we get. And the greater we turn that intelligence into understanding, third hypothesis, the more caring we can become. That's providence. And finally, all of this sitting on the seat in an activity to examine your beliefs with a dialectician, looking at the paradigm of intelligence as the model, is in service of our ultimate goal to return to the self-logos, or return to the self with this, because of this activity, where we learn the parts or the logos, so that when we return to the self, we can recognize in a state of pure awareness that it isn't nothingness or emptiness, it is inherently logos and the source of everything. So that's how we can participate in these properly, without an attachment to anyone, just open, curious, following it, addressing the stage we're at until we reach the self through the logos. If you are stuck on any one of those levels, then you're in a problem. The reason you become stuck on any one of those levels is because you are taking a belief about self first and reality second. So self and reality. That's why we said reality contains all of those things like beauty and justice, because that's the model. That's the second hypothesis. So you're carrying a false belief about self and reality as your model. So a problem is a fourth hypothesis belief. Functioning as a fifth hypothesis, opposition. Now we're saying, yeah, we're looking for oppositions, we're looking for problems. If you're participating in the fifth properly, looking for the images that get in the way. But if you identify with it as a belief, and you spend your life in violent opposition to your own benefit and goodness. And hey, find a job as a priest or a conservative or a capitalist if you're born into wealth. What's our current system? So of those kinds of false beliefs we call pathologos, fundamental about self and reality, 1 and 2, that we don't even know we carry because we didn't put words on it. We didn't do the third hypothesis as a child. That's what we're looking at now in these negative hypotheses. The saddest, the 9th. The most tragic and smug, the 8th. The most common and dangerous and threatening, the 7th. The one that threatens our species with Armageddon currently. But of all of the people who are not yet philosophers, the 6th is the best kind of problem that seems to be out there. The people who are open to problems, 5th hypothesis. Recognize in some way that there is some sort of meaningful whole we can participate in the physical world. They're not giving up. That's the 4th. They're not opposed to that, so they're not 8th and 9th. They may be even open to our problems and our goals being understood as a whole. They're open to understanding. They like reason. They like evidence. They dislike people who reject reason and evidence for their savage, violent loyalty to the images of their clan groups. They might participate in reason and understanding to solve problems in their own life, or in their own relationships. So they're not the 7th. But they still have to have a problem. That's why we're here. The 6th. They're opposed to the second hypothesis, usually. They don't like the idea that the cause of their reasoning, the cause of principles, and the model of excellence for them, as a 1, for their relationships, 2, or if you're lucky, 3, or maybe, who knows? And also our society and species. So they can often become the 6th hypothesis, ism people. Marxism, socialism, whatever. Now, of course, 2 things are much better than capitalism and Nazism. But we need to recognize there is intelligence itself. And that's the standard. That's where understanding comes from. That's where causes come from. And all of these are marks of the 10th hypothesis, opposition to the self-logos. So when you're carrying any of these, then you are likely blocked from your purpose to discover the self. You find other goals better than the sorts of things we do here. But just as these positive hypotheses are expressions of the self unfolding through the self-logos in reality and what we climb to return, so too, these negative hypotheses or classes of pathologos blocks are expressions of a pathologos image of self. 10th hypothesis. So even people who've had an experience of the second hypothesis, unless they've done the dialectic on the cause of their problems, are opposed to moving from that to the self, and Jesus is in that group. He's being very triggered by the idea that his second hypothesis peak experience, which made him much better than everyone else around him and more insightful or whatever, isn't the end. Even that has a cause. The cause of all causes, the axiom of all axioms, the principle of all principles, and awareness of awareness itself. First hypothesis. Its opposition, the 10th. Therefore, you won't be able to reach your goal, self-logos, without also doing the work on the self-logos. Therefore, we've understood the human purpose, once again, the nature of humanity, the purpose of humanity, to free ourselves from the pathologos 10th to reach the self-logos first. And in doing so, we have to address all of these, because these are states of mind we go through. Therefore, back in the text, wrong screen.
Oh my fuck.
This screen here. So, while we are the opposition and the cause of death and destruction sweeping across the land, when conservatives come into power, conserving the new and resisting change, is how do we demonstrate the truth about what is beneficial for the growth and development of the soul? Which of these becomes closest to making intelligible, understandable, novel, the truth of the ideas being contested? And this is the standard. How can you confirm what we have explored through a process of reasoning through words? So those sixth hypothesis better people are not opposed to reasoning and appealing to the kind of experience that comes along with an encounter with the intelligence. That's the thing they might be blocked from. They might be closed to the possibility of there being a non-physical direct experience of intelligence itself as the source of intelligence and understanding. Maybe. Now we're all different. We all have different levels of attachment to our images and blocks, and we have all done different levels of personal development in our lives. So everyone's problem is like a snowflake. Next, when you can reason through words. Third, appealing to a kind of experience that comes. Appealing to a kind of experience that comes along with the encounter with intelligence. Second, and when you put the two together and a reasoning about mind that brings to it a quietness of mind, one can drop away everything to see what sees. That's the first. Sight opens itself up to itself, the self. Hooray. Equally, the drowning oneself in empty phrases from belief causes chaos. Now let's see it demonstrated in a conversation. And by the way in which we block that logos development, 5 classes of interpretation. Rejecting the new, offering your beliefs instead, taking a piece of the new, trying to keep the old and new, till ultimately your goal to let go of the old and accept the new. The way in which that happens for any one of those stages, you might ignore someone sharing an understanding of the new that threatens your old beliefs. You might mock them, then you might start to threaten them, taking a little piece of what they're saying on board. You might exile them from the group, from the conversation, from the chat. You might kill them. That's how we relate to each other negatively as we go through these stages of interpretation, as we go through removal of these negative hypotheses problems, as we go through these 5 positive hypotheses stages of human development. Here we go. And they're all same relationships, different terms. That's analogy. So you can gain insight into any one of these by looking at others on the same level in a different set. That's analogy. That's why we read this book. Because interpretation, it gets in the way of seeing and understanding, assumes that whatever you're doing, whatever you're reading or seeing, needs to be interpreted. It cannot stand alone. It cannot be understood in itself. That's why we justify change, leaving out what is there or adding what isn't. So whenever anyone adds or subtracts from a work, it's an act of interpretation. But we're looking for a complete work that doesn't allow for that. It's self-sufficient, intelligible, and worthy of challenging man to comprehend it on the book's own terms. That's a true and noble work. That's why we're reading this book. That's why we can say it's a masterpiece. That's why we can say it's top 5 books ever written. And it's because it's within a very, very small group of books written by Pierre Grimes and Socrates, or Plato, from the Conversations of Socrates, or maybe Homer. We've yet to do any Homer reading, but that's another possibility. 3 authors who are able to have a mastery of the logos and freedom from pathologos sufficient enough to create a self-sufficient, intelligible book worthy of challenging man to comprehend on its own terms, a true and noble work. Now we might add within that small group our dreams. So as we are mastering Pierre Grimes, Socrates, or Homer maybe, we can also practice our level of reading on every dream we get every night, because that is itself fits into that category. It may even be the highest. So these ideas that we're discussing on this channel, on this stream, on this podcast, if they are known to culture or society, yep, then they would experience difficulties introducing them into our society. And my difficulty is I do not get Twitch or YouTube affiliate because my audience is low. That's my difficulty. So whether it's Asmongold's 50,000 Twitch followers that should belong to me, or her son Piker's 50,000, I get none. Or maybe I get 1 or 2 people. And I appreciate you if you are one of those people who watch along and value this stuff. So, and of course, the other difficulty we mentioned is the further how about lower levels? The psychic movement of mankind through any of the lower classes or stages of the soul into the higher, to the more advanced, is through the cultivation of the soul to fully realize the destiny of man. But he also says another difficulty is those who are higher up those stages or divisions. Here we go. So the difficulty in introducing new ideas to the culture: people will ignore me. But what could be worse is I A fear among those in those lower divisions. So we are already, just simply because we're aware of the dialectic, and hopefully some of you are practicing it on your dreams, and maybe if you've got another person in your life that you can talk to about your the messages of your dreams, you can maybe even be doing midwifery, but again, very, very, very small group of people. Therefore, new ideas, difficult to introduce them. A fear among those in the lower divisions towards those in the higher, and most so towards the highest. That would be you. Yeah, there's a fear towards them by the lower towards the higher. And I don't think we can challenge that, can we? Says Jesus or Socrates, two people killed for being, well, different reasons, but are people of the lower levels of spiritual or intelligible growth. Yeah, so, struggle behind man's struggles to flourish and survive is simply a struggle over what state of mind will flourish and what is not. So the war of mankind is a war for and against certain states of mind that plays out within yourself, your family, the city, and the cosmos itself. We're still wondering, what's the role of humanity within the greater cosmos? So they each have an image attached to them, fifth hypothesis, and all that stuff we've talked about today. So we need to be reading an intelligible work to challenge us for our own excellence of understanding, but also to surface the interpretations that come up that we can therefore use for midwifery, because they're all messages about our false idea of self, and also to perfect our reading, which is also the dialectic, which is Hermes, the supplier of philosophies that elevate souls akin to him through the study of dialectic. And if without the dialectic you will utterly fail for passage from the brilliant light of being to the good itself, says Socrates. Meaning, without the dialectic, which is the art of the third, even though you may have reached a brilliant light of being, you can't do that final stage of applying understanding to it to achieve passage through it to the good itself, or the self, the good self or the one self. We also are seeing from our extended map that you also need that third hypothesis to address your pathologos. If the pathologos itself is the 10th in opposition to the self, you can't achieve passage through the brilliant light of being to know the self while also carrying a false pathologos self. They are inconsistent with each other. You have to pick one. And that gives rise to the principle of the pervy sage, the gambling sage, Tsunade, Master Roshi. All of the anime main characters have some sort of sage who has had some enlightening experience but still has his problems. So they're not the one. The main character of the anime should become the one by addressing his problems and mastering his magical ninja art, whatever it may be for that show. All right, so, and now we get to the problem. So this is the, can we defeat Satan and stop Armageddon? So, this comes with Socrates saying, hey, by the way, now, this movement from the final stage in the realm of experience to that which transcends experience, so to know the self, is our goal. But many cultures would reject this idea and call it heretical. You can't go greater than Jesus. He's the best boy. You can't be better than him. You're not the best boy. Jeebus is. So it upsets the many. But necessary to make that movement to the self, you need an idea. The idea behind analogy itself. So, how can you explore something you haven't experienced yet? I don't know what it's like to be a king. Well, here's an analogy. A king is to his subjects as a shepherd is to his sheep. Now, what about something that is not just something you haven't experienced, but is beyond experience. You may experience a king, grow up in that family or whatever, but you haven't experienced the self because it's beyond it. Therefore, analogy, understanding, is the necessary only way to make that passage in principle. Of those two things we have, ousia and logos, experience and understand reasoning, it's reasoning that takes you beyond experience. Now, we can reason about if it's a kind of experience in a unique way. Sure, maybe. Although everything that we have, that the word experience points to in the physical and non-physical, will fall short. So we'll really need a different kind of a word. And so, yeah, maybe encounter. So what's that principle? That is seldom expressed openly, because this is probably the most challenging idea, because it's the idea behind understanding itself. Thoughts on Balal from, what's that video game? Baldur's Gate. Is it? Or is it from Diablo? My thoughts are they are both pretty fun games. I haven't played Baldur's Gate yet. I haven't had time, but I want to. Hopefully I'll have more time for video games soon. But yeah, can you say more about how it's relevant to what we're talking about so I can find the connection? So, what's the most challenging? That which threatens belief that we carry. Of course, if you've been doing some midwifery, you're becoming less of a savage and more open to understanding that challenges your belief. But again, that requires a development of courage, character, and practice of midwifery and dream analysis. Very few people are open to that. So what's a threat to our fourth hypothesis, beliefs from the physical world of it and our image thinking, our shapes and colors, people motivated by shapes and colors? Well, in a good way, it's supposed to challenge that understanding. So when fascists get in charge, who do they come after first? The thinkers. Who do they put in prison camps? People who have understanding. Defunding education, burn the libraries, shut down the academy. When Christianity was invented, they brought in the Dark Ages because, again, belief can only do harm. You need understanding to do good. So the Dark Ages, where millions were killed and everything went to shit, one of the first things they did was shut down the academy, where we studied understanding. So, understanding and direct experience of something non-physical that challenges your physical, the legitimacy of the appearance of Trump or appearance of Netanyahu or appearance of your imam or priest, and especially the appearance of your parents when you were young, is a direct experience. So they say, oh, that's magic, that's a cult, that's the devil. So it's the third and fourth hypothesis, which we call wisdom, knowing the model and understanding its parts. That's a threat to belief. So therefore, the essence of understanding, analogy, and the essence of how the second hypothesis, intelligence, generates through analogy, the idea of analogy would be one of, if not the highest, maybe under the idea of self or under the idea of logos itself. So if you want to trigger someone, say, oh yeah, it's called the logos. It'll get you banned from the Majority Report chats, that's for sure. Both Twitch and YouTube. Even though the Majority Report are the rare class of sixth hypothesis people who are open to understanding. Either they or the morons they have hired to be moderators don't like that word. The other one I can suggest, self. Why? Because self-logos is the highest term. It's our goal, it's what we seek. So if you're carrying a problem, and unless you've been doing midwifery and dream analysis, you are, it's most triggering. Another of the most triggering is the principles of logos or understanding and what's needed to reach the self in principle, analogy. And if you want to identify a stupid person, see how they deal with analogy. I was in a conversation with someone recently, and I used an analogy. There was, it was about that Twitch guy I mentioned sometimes, Hassan. Hassan was trying his best to address the problems of capitalism that is killing and oppressing people in Cuba. And there was a community on the internet that didn't like that because, well, they didn't know. The arguments they were using was, but he wears nice clothes. He has a nice house. Surely you can't speak out against the evils of capitalism if you've benefited from capitalism. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? Now, of course, that's the stupidest thing in the fucking world. They didn't know why they're doing it because they're ignorant of their own pathologos beliefs. I asked them a question. Hey, by the way, so this principle, you have to be poor and suffering to address poverty and suffering, right? Does a doctor have to have cancer to treat his patient? Does the conditions, like if a doctor has a nice shoes and a nice house, which they do, a lot of them, does that mean they can't help a poor person? Because they're a hypocrite? Or they have to have the same kind of illness? Or, like you're demanding of Hassan, he should make his life harder and suffer himself when he's over there. He shouldn't live in a safe hotel. Now, he had to. He'd be put in jail if he didn't stay at one of the 4 approved hotels, but that doesn't matter to these people. Addressing the logos of their issue, does a doctor have to have cancer to treat cancer? And of course, their reaction to that was, you're calling Hassan a doctor? And one of the empty phrases that's allowed within their particular belief clan. There's only a handful. They can't think for themselves. That's what belief is. They didn't say you're a heretic. They would if they were Christian, if it was the Christian group. They didn't say you're an infidel. They would if that was the Muslim group. They wouldn't say you're a goyim for saying Hassan is a doctor. That's what a Jew would say. They're not saying they would say this. You're a woke if they were right-wing, but I don't think these people were right-wing per se. There was you haven't taken your meds, or something like that, or you're, I don't know, something like that. Some empty phrase that they repeat. Remember what we just read? It's our use of reason applied to intelligence itself that allows the passage to awareness to see itself as the self. Equally so, repeating empty catchphrases is the cause of chaos. So there's a couple of ways of struggling with analogy. First of all, to not use analogy and take it literally. Belief. Theology for these people in the 4th hypothesis is literal. There's literally a place in the sky called heaven. Not what Jesus explicitly said in the Gospel of Mark, which was copied by Matthew and Luke. John, of course, opposed it to defend Paul, so that's the difference. So whether you're Paul being an ignorant, murderous asshole, or you're listening to Mark, that's pretty much it. Mark versus Paul, the Christian. Mark's account of Jesus saying, no, it's a state of mind. Obviously, there's no fucking palace in the sky, you idiot. And when it rains, that's not God pissing on you, you moron. That's ignorant. So, equally so, people who struggle with analogy might take it literally. You're saying he is a doctor. So again, these belief-based, by the way, the question ultimately came to how are you functioning? If there's somebody trying his best to address injustice and your reaction is to attack and pile on, how are you functioning towards justice? Now that's when they got completely triggered and they couldn't answer that question. I think the response to that was, I'm not gonna, but did Hassan shock his dog? Tangent, taking over the conversation, being disingenuous to the question, what was asked, lying, trying to go on a tangent. I couldn't believe it was, did he shock his dog? Who gives a fuck? That's not nothing to do with that question. I don't know, I don't care. Probably not, because he doesn't seem like a fucking monster. And no, definitely not. He said he didn't. That's stupid. is looking for an excuse to justify your injustice. And that's the question. How are you functioning towards justice if your reaction to someone doing good, not a regular millionaire using their wealth to exploit and further injustice, but someone trying to do good? And of course, the answer they should have given, and the reason they didn't want to answer is because they know they should have given, so they lacked the courage and integrity to stay in a dialectic. They abandoned the call to adventure.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
They neglected their purpose, and the hero's journey was, I am functioning in opposition to justice. And the next question is, what's that called? Injustice. So they saw they were being unjust. But the issue was they took the metaphor literally. Another way of struggling with analogy is to take the wrong term. You're saying a king is to his subjects like a shepherd is to his sheep. You're saying a king should feed grass to his people. You're an idiot. Take your meds, bro. You're cooked. You're done. No, that's not the relationship I'm pointing to. An analogy is an analogy because some relationships are the same and some are different. Same and different. That's called likeness. It's the principle of likeness that's behind analogy, and it's the principle of likeness that is the cause of reality. There is something like the self logos that creates the direct experience of logos in pure intelligence. Necessarily, its shadow is like what casts it. Also, it's the principle of likeness that's our journey home. If the second hypothesis peak experience wasn't like the self, how could we infer the presence of the logos in something we can't experience? Pure awareness. You can't. The self is beyond pure intelligibility, but it has to be intelligible. Without likeness, we wouldn't be able to progress. It's our learning tool of unfolding and return, emanation, and what's the fancy word for the return? Progression, conversion. No religious. We're not converting someone to a belief. It's conversion or return. And the activity of that is analogy. So people who struggle with analogy demonstrate they are struggling with their purpose, the third hypothesis, understanding. Likeness. Likeness means some same, some different. So I'm not saying you are a king or you feed grass to the people. I'm saying the relationship that's the same is care. You have to care for your people as a shepherd cares for his sheep. So, given those principles we mentioned and read, those who are lower down in their development have a fear of, and not just fear, what was the other thing? Oops. A fear among those in the lower divisions towards those in the higher. There we go. A fear, but also that's the fundamental emotion behind human beings. Loyalty to the beliefs they think they need because they fear learning and understanding. They fear mind and they fear the freedom of self. So they fear those three things. And it's that fear that creates our opposition that's behind ignoring, mocking, threatening, exiling, and killing, which is the nice, neat set of things human beings do to each other. That's unjust. So given that, demonstrating the higher, analogy will trigger. Logos will trigger, self will trigger, and the idea of a knowable experience that's non-physical, pure intelligence will be triggering even to the sixth hypothesis, otherwise best people. Best people who are not yet philosophers. So therefore, you are even better than them in principle, in terms of your development and your access to intelligence and the ability to care or providence, if you jump into these 5 here through the logos. So talk about the self, talk about the logos.
Please
Emma?
end kink shaming on your show.
Never.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Oh, fuck.
Talk about the logo, talk about self, and talk about analogy. So, the principle behind analogy is what Socrates is saying. I rarely share because you have to be at a high level of development. As it is above, so it is below. Okay? So that's what leads to Jesus being triggered. It's one of those things that triggers Jesus. Now, so why do those who have had that second hypothesis experience of divine luminosity conclude that they've reached truth? And often they go on and teach others and create a teaching from what they take to be the meaning of that experience as Jesus. The reason they believe they reach the truth is not only because they cannot imagine anything more real, so it feels like reality itself. I couldn't believe I took everything else as real. And more beautiful, bliss, profound, I don't use the word overwhelming, but intense beauty. But that their light experience changes everything in their life. You can't, well, for some of them, they can't go back. Or they do go back because they've got their path of logos, but it changes things. And in contrast, their former way of living seemed empty and wasteful. Now, that's what happens. You get attached. So that's one reason why it's people get attached to second hypothesis, which becomes they use their beliefs and image thinking to get stuck on that level. Okay. So you gotta do a midwifery. And midwifery and philosophy. So here's the philosophy part. You can ask that person, does every single experience have a cause? If they can endure that question, could you go on to ask? Hold. Are causes superior to their effects and have an independent and prior mode of being, so that therefore everything, including their peak experiences, are secondary? Jesus is triggered. How can we tell? I'll have to dwell on that later. You've made me wonder about the effects. So he can recognize there's something that he should be wondering about, but instead of actually wondering, he is talking about himself in third person. That's often a mark that you're in a problem. It'll have far-reaching consequences that will challenge his beliefs. So, the way he gets triggered is falling into belief and opposition. Actually, our differences is based on beliefs. You believe in one God, I believe in many. Here are my stupid-ass beliefs. God is in the heart and soul of man, nowhere else. Doesn't that sound nice? So I'm better because God is in our heart and soul. Sounds nice. Sounds like an empty, nice-sounding platitude. But of course, bullshit. It is the self, you idiot. To him we say,
Jesus Christ, Emma, this is not Opie and Anthony or whatever.
They're
Emma.
completely lying to you.
Yeah.
They're completely lying.
It's sad. And I'm sad.
It's sad for you. To find him within the kingdom of God, blah, 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 blah. Here is my family clans that I'm addicted to, the zealots. Our differences are impossible. That's what believers think. You cannot come together. You always have to be in conflict and war and genocide and exploitation and slavery and all that shit. Isn't it interesting, though, that we can understand it all with one idea, belief? So there's some fun to be had in bringing it together. Socrates does not say yes, and he says no this. No, this is what's going on. It's your misunderstanding of the word God. Even within your own tradition, you talk about logos and translated it as as word. How much light do I need? If logos was a model of creation, it must be eternal and unchanging. There's our second hypothesis, peak experience. It has to have a mode of being. And each of these unchanging features can be personified since they have a mode of being. We say that God, the creator, uses the logos as a paradigm or as a model. If it has a mode of being and exists eternally, it must have a cause. Since all that exists has a cause, the cause of the logos or paradigm we can personify with the word chronos. However, by that same reasoning, it must have a cause, we call that Uranos. Therefore, we call the gods that which is so these principles can be personified and celebrated. The ultimate cause is the one or the good or the self. So that leads us to our question. If the paradigm is the peak experience of, let's go through our whole list. The paradigm of the gods as the model that uses itself as that model or paradigm for the physical world where the heroes go through their hero's journey, which we're doing now. It must exist in mind, the realm of being, as it's eternal and has a life. What was the word? It has eternal and a mode of being. So there's a mode of being. The model of the whole of ousia or mind, which is the experience of knowing, is the second hypothesis. Our evolution from primitive savages is into that experience. It too must have a cause. But this is where we get our puzzle. If it has a cause, then what's the cause of that thing? So can we break the first hypothesis, God or principle, or the first cause or first axiom, or the cause of causes, the one or the good or the true self, which we call the first hypothesis, if it has a creating force called Chronos, and it must have something allowing for that creation, Uranos, does that also have a model and activity, a whole and part, a knowing and understanding, an ousia and logos? That it casts its shadow in mind's ousia and logos, which casts its shadow in the physical world, where humans create their own version, belief and image thinking. So that gives us the question, if the first hypothesis is the self, and the 10th hypothesis we're adding to the 9 hypotheses of Parmenides, and I look so weird. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go. Does that first hypothesis break down into the 11th and 12th, the ousia and logos? The cause, Uranos, of the activity, Chronos, which generates. That's quite a hell of a puzzle to drop on someone. So Jesus recognized that. He's back to his friendship mode. He was able to his credit, put aside his negative ways of functioning as his beliefs were getting threatened. His ignoring, mocking, threatening, exiling, killing, and probably we could see a little bit of each of those in Jesus' response. He goes back to saying, my friend Socrates, you expressed it well. It has given me another idea to consider, which is, what's the role of gods for the philosopher? And therefore Socrates says, well, there's 3. We have to accept that beauty exists. Aphrodite. To pursue her, we need the arts, we need the reading that we're doing here. Apollo. And as we read Apollo, these complete intelligible works, put it together in our reflection, sometimes on a board with fancy colors. You are coming to reach Hermes. Hermes is the dialectic. That's the method of elevating souls that are like Hermes. So become a dialectician yourself. It's the supplier of philosophy, elevates those like him through the dialectic. And if you are seeking development, if you're seeking a solving of your problems individually, in relationships, in society, or within humans, the human being's purpose within the cosmos, whatever level, or if you seek excellence on any of those levels, if you do so without the dialectic, you will utterly fail. The dialectic is the power of the logos. The intelligibility, the pattern, the method, the return and the unfolding. It's the dialectic is the power of that. And you'll fail to achieve the passage from the light of being to the good itself. So, Aphrodite, beauty, wholeness, inspiring us to keep going. The meaning we get when we put what we read into effect in our lives. Apollo, the reading. So we learn the stuff. And Hermes. So, the gods are not literal. They represent forces or powers that be and exist eternally, doing what they do. That's the elements of theology. Jesus says, well, if that's the case, then those who do interpret... Wait a minute. Jesus has an idea. Your Hellenic philosophy and my own teachings, apparently, they are primarily about the nature of the self, which is to understand the sacred source through the logos. Our goal, self, is a method, logos, power, Hermes. Dialectic. Yet do we not also add the need for presenting a way to confirm what we said is true? And then there's the work that doesn't need interpretation. Now, here is where we address Satan and Armageddon. Next question. We've already had one triggering response where we tried to use the logos to go beyond the peak experience, and Jesus was triggered. There's the logos part. Now the pathologos part. Let's address the belief that Jesus carries that causes him to get butt hurt and drink all the copium, smoke all the copium. His idea in God. Now also, in addressing the idea of God, you would have to go back to who convinced him of this bullshit when he was a little baby, taking the blame for dear leader. But before we do that, we have to address the logos. That is the rationality behind his ignorance. So that conversation I met with those people from one of those slop, Too Lazy to Try, I think it was. A weird L criticizing Hassan for trying to do good, but also being rich. So I guess for that guy, it's okay to be rich so long as you're an awful person. And the only people who are supposed to do good are those who are suffering. You can't be well off and do good. Or that's complete horseshit and he's got a problem. But those who are supporting, I was talking to in the chat section, and they're and I explained this. Look, the reason why we're asking these questions and taking each one of your arguments, he has to be suffering. Anyone born into a society can't challenge it because they got some benefit. It's bad to use your financial well-being to buy clothes and housing to the best that you can financially afford, even though that's what everyone does. Even if you're buying a shirt, you try to buy the nicest shirt you can afford. Yeah, even if you're poor, whatever. But the next step is, which led to our final question, how are you functioning towards justice if your response to someone trying to be just and address injustice is to attack? The reason is, once you've recognized the irrationality of your positions and how you're functioning in opposition to truth or justice, then you can be called to the hero's journey of reflecting on the root source and images of the beliefs you hold that cause that irrationality and harm. Now, some people say that's the only choice we have, because our false beliefs we carry from our upbringing and the family, culture, and time we grew up in cause you to be stuck on those train tracks of fate. Anyone giving your soul's development through multiple reincarnations that you've had, born into the family you've had, in the time that you were born, with those parents you were born into, will have lived a life you have lived. That's why punishment is fucking stupid and cruel and inhumane. However, as soon as you come to realize this, if you're lucky enough to have lived a life where you come across a dialectician or philosopher, you can have a chance to, what's the trolley problem? Move the thing and take your train off that train tracks that runs over 4 people and move it onto another train tracks. Only on this train tracks, it's not the old trolley problem where you kill one person. It's a trolley where you save people. Yourself, most importantly. So if you're an NPC zombie until you decide to do philosophical midwifery, which is the use of dialectic to surface and address the beliefs behind your problems so you can become more just and overcome your injustice. If you're a zombie until that point, and you become free from that zombie virus, that NPC script, that savage primitive way of being, you become free of that only if you answer yes, then you're not free yet. Therefore, some say the only real question you can answer is this one. That is, now you've noticed an irrationality behind your words and an injustice behind your functioning. Especially if you are still feeling like it's true, or you are functioning to reject what you've seen and still defend that false bad position, are you willing then to examine why you believe this thing that is false and against your own interests? If your answer is no, I am choosing to be a stupid, bad person, you're fucked. Good luck in the rest of your life, and good luck in your next reincarnation. If your choice is yes, you are choosing the hero's journey. That is, the journey that is archetypal of the human condition that you see represented with Harry Potter and Frodo and Hunger Games and all those sorts of films and things. The archetype, Luke Skywalker. Only it's not about space wars in the stars. It's about overcoming your own false beliefs and developing mastery of the logos to return to the sacred source itself. And I laid that out clearly to them. I mean, they had the investment of time and intelligence to actually follow the reasoning to this point, to see all of their arguments were stupid and wrong, and that they were functioning in an unjust way. So, seems to be only fair to explain what's on the horizon. Therefore, this is the next question. This is what it involves. It's archetypal. It's a question. You'll have to develop courage and character to go through this process. But it's the best thing you can do. It's the most fun thing you can do. It's the noblest game. And it is the hero's journey. The answer to this question will determine whether I continue to speak with you or not. The answer to this question, Obi-Wan Kenobi will find somebody else to be a Jedi. Gandalf will find somebody else to be the Lord of the Rings.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Hagrid will find somebody else to be Harry Potter, to be the boy who lived. Ah, got it.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now you know.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard.
That just sounds like
Enjoy maxing and don't spike your cortisol. So, do you acknowledge what you've seen in your reasoning and your functioning? You must therefore be carrying a false belief. Because?
People don't logic their way into stupid positions. They stupid their way into stupid positions.
And? Are you open to discussing why it is that you are functioning in that way and being stuck on that train tracks? And their answer was... Yeah, but did Hassan Piker shock his dog? Yeah, so that was the end of that conversation. Stupid idiots. Oh my goodness.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
And I'm sad for them
Crap. Junk. Nobody should be watching this crap.
as well. That was crap.
It's a total shit show.
That's right, Emma, it was.
I'm gonna get you. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I am gonna get you.
We're gonna get... No, we're not gonna get you. We're gonna... I don't know. Talk to someone else. So... right, so we read these intelligible texts, and if you start interpretation, you're just adding their own beliefs you're carrying. So again, if you're not listening to the logos of the dialogue, you're adding shit. Where did that come from? It wasn't in the dialogue. You're carrying it. You're carrying false beliefs with you that you feel the need to project, which is the cause of your problems and your inability to follow reason to truth. So it's the pathologos. Interjecting through interpretation of to stop the logos. So, with all that in mind, here is the question about Jesus' belief. Hey, Jesus, I wonder if your idea of God is a kind of spiritual force that guides certain people through history. The historical force. And we have seen this mentioned earlier in the text, where Socrates points out that a lot of people's, well, the Abrahamic idea of God especially, is a historical force that has a chosen people that blesses all those that bless them and curse all those that curse them. It's a slave. Here we are. Page 91. So really much earlier. Okay, so we talked about the Gnostic gospel. So there are gospels about Jesus that were buried by the church that we discovered in Egypt in the 60s. They call them the Gnostic gospels because the reason they were buried is because they talk about understanding and knowing. So noesis, Gnostic. Nous, the idea of knowing. Then of course, oppressive systems want to venerate belief because belief can say, oh, I believe this bad thing is good, but it's bad. Well, I believe differently. Genocide, the Jews, the Israelis, the Americans. Well, I believe a bad thing will do a good thing. If we kill enough innocent children, eggs will be cheap. So they buried these Gnostic gospels because they're about understanding, which is the savage nature of humans is in opposition to understanding. Abraham so feared not obeying the commands of God that he was willing to sacrifice his first son, so too the followers obey the laws and become his people. So the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians are all children of Abraham, following this underlying root analogy: kill because of a fear of God. And even kill things you love. So pleased was God with Abraham's willing to sacrifice his son, he formed a clan worthy of fierce believers from Abraham's descendants. These were called the chosen people, and given the right to conquer and possess land of others. See, the American Christians, you can do a genocide of the American Indians. God said so. The modern Jews, yes, we can genocide Palestinians. God promised us this land and said we had a right to murder people. Send American soldiers in, though, because we don't want to do the fighting, but send the Americans in to die for us. That's what they're currently doing because of the Epstein files. Well, there you go. And other systems of injustice through capitalism as well. So they're told that their God will curse those who curse them, bless those that, and those they bless, he will bless. This dog, yeah, it's a dog. This God becomes a servant or a slave to his people. Someone doesn't like the Jews, they're anti-Semitic. Someone doesn't like what we do, they're anti-Semitic. And God hates them. And we have a right to kill you. Be it the Jews currently, or the Christians, or any religious person, it's universal. God announced that he would do unto others what others did to them. An eye for an eye. This God becomes his people's ally and pours his wrath on his enemies. This God becomes a people's God whose highest vision is that they become rulers of mankind. What do the American capitalist bankers want? To control the banking of every country. Who are they killing? Anyone who wants to establish their own financial independence. What are the Jews doing? Trying to genocide to take over land so they can become the ruling force in the world. It's always the fucking same. Very, very simple. Why? It's two ideas, belief and understanding. Understanding establishes universal principles, universally to universally benefit. Belief sets up systems of oppression where some believer who's done no work in understanding can be a tyrant and fulfill his own ignorant false images and beliefs about justice, which is actually injustice, inflicting them on anyone with impunity. That's the game. Conditions for believers to pretend to be knowers, or conditions for understanders to become rulers. That's the two choices we have within our soul, within our relationships, within our species, and within our cosmos. So if humanity has any role to play within a larger cosmos, this would be a prerequisite. There's no fucking way another species would allow humanity to the table if the way we treat ourselves is to allow the most ignorant, unjust believers to enact injustice as they cosplay a Noah, just because they were born rich, just because they can manipulate through religion, just because they can manipulate through conservatism. No fucking way. Right? I mean, am I right, Emma?
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
Was that rant manly enough?
Jester goon maxed.
Did I just the goon max the believers? Moving my fan. Fan has been moved. So, God's highest vision is that you become ruler. What the fuck? Who would have guessed? Ever seen a parent before? Is that their highest vision of the family? That they're in charge? What do you fucking know? Of course, what's the ideal? The logos, the self-logos should be ruling. That's it. It's no more complicated than that. They act, what they act out is not their will, but only what is consistent with Abraham's fearful legacy of a wrathful God. Yep, even we have that expression. You're good if you're God-fearing. Abraham's, so we can trace all human problems to a certain person and his family clan beliefs. Abraham, this fuckhead. Modern Christians, Paul, that fuckhead.
Dumbass.
And we can even go back to trace the idea of good versus evil as a way of making sense of reality to Zoroaster. I don't think that's in the text, but so we might leave that out. Let me have a look. Z-O-R-O. Oh, here we go. It is. Hooray. I have come to see that the Abrahamic religions share much with the Zoroastrians. While they ignore the sameness, there is much that can be said about these religions being as closed. So both seventh hypothesis. So we can trace the idea of problems being good versus evil to or a battleground between God and the devils, and this devil and God, to Zoroaster. So it's people. So isn't it interesting that our actual purpose as human beings is to do midwifery, where we examine the images, beliefs, and functioning of people? Your mummy and daddy. But not my mummy and daddy. My mummy's a saint, and my daddy was big and strong and could beat up your daddy. Interesting? I think so. So Zoroaster is in there. Hooray. So we have these earlier parts of the text, which we are weaving together in the end to see that this historical God blesses a certain clan as a historical force. Then whatever they like, God likes. Whatever they hate, God hates, and God will serve you. And of course, that's the story of Jesus. He wanted God to do what he wanted and didn't. And so he ends, God, why have you abandoned? When one cries aloud, why hast thou abandoned me? It announced the former relationship with God has been forsaken. It carries a heavy weight since it includes within the idea itself that God should not have done what he did. To abandon anything means that it has been rejected totally. In sacrificing, one has also given up the treasure, but does so voluntarily. Sacrificing. You do it voluntarily to honor something. Under the stress of abandonment, one experiences rejection and loneliness, while with sacrifice, one experiences righteousness and peace in their soul. So this is the conversation they had about what makes them different. One sacrifices understanding for belief, and a good person sacrifices belief for understanding. And then Jesus didn't do that. So when he had his peak experience, he made sense of it in terms of his beliefs and identified with Elijah, put himself as the role of son of David, went on to do all the shit that he could be the king of going to Jerusalem, becoming the king of the Jews, etc., etc. And God should have done what he said. And then because that's the idea of God. God's highest vision is that he is your slave and should have done what you said. And therefore Jesus said, why have you abandoned me? Which makes it not a tragic tale, because in a tragic hero story, the heroic character realizes it was his own false beliefs that he should have examined in the course of the play that caused his tragic downfall. But in this Jesus story, he blamed God, because that's the Abrahamic God, a historical God that functions as a dog to attack whoever you like and lick whoever you like, based on your own personal ignorance and stupidity or belief. And his highest vision is that you're in charge. So the Jews get to do genocide and they want to be in charge of the world. The Americans get to do genocide and be in charge. The billionaires get to do the murdering and raping and whatever and be in charge and impoverish everyone. The corporations get to own all the houses and food and means of productions, and they can be in charge. And all of them will say, because God said so. Some of them might say things like, well, because I'm better. I'm a billionaire. I'm a job creator. I'm innovative. I can manage. Now, we know from social media and being able to listen to these people talk, they're not geniuses, they're idiots. They're the stupidest among us. They're not job creators. They are literally destroying jobs for profit. Now with AI. They're not innovators. They literally murder people whose innovations make the world a better place because they cannot profit or exploit any further or as much. They're not better people because they would willingly feed another orphan into the orphan crushing machine for an extra $1 this quarter. The only thing left they've got to justify their extreme inequality and oppression is God said that I'm better, the divine rule of kings. And they're really leaning heavily on that right now because everyone is seeing all the other bullshit is a lie. Trickle-down economics is bullshit. You shouldn't even call it trickle-down economics. Give me everything, and then I get to give it to you when I can exploit you. That's trickle-down. So they're really leaning heavily on the God says so shit with murdering Iranians to steal their oil and remove their financial banking independence. And for Israel, for Netanyahu's bullshit. They're really leaning heavily on we are the chosen people by God because the only way to justify their injustice left. They don't make the world a better place. They're not smarter. They're not innovators. They don't care anything for justice or the value of human dignity and life. Just God says so. So this is very a relevant book, very pertinent and very important what we're reading. So that's what we're calling back to at the end. Everything we've read up until now about that and seen in our lives about that. That God is a historical force that picks a chosen clan and it becomes their slave and dog to do injustice at their whim. That nails it. Now, it nails it so well, Jesus becomes really butthurt and triggered. But that's normal. Remember, it's truth and humanness. It's logos and pathologos. It's understanding and belief. That's the human condition. Now, on that note, in the humanness aspect of it, I have to acknowledge that it's a lonely job. And it's very scary when the world is full of belief-based zombies because nobody has done fucking midwifery. It's confusing. Hey, don't you want good things? Don't you hate bad things? Isn't that your basic operating principle as a soul? Then this is what's good and this is how you remove what's bad. No, I'd rather be a dick to you because I kind of like that. It's confusing as all hell. Even when I've benefited people through dream analysis and midwifery, the reaction is savage. Fucking savage. The more I help people, the more savage their reaction. Even around philosophers in my past. The higher the idea, the more violent and savage the reaction. Now we're seeing it's a principle. It's a human principle. The higher the logos, the more you're going to trigger. Even among philosophers, talk about the self-logos or the first hypothesis you're going to trigger, which is a huge credit to the author of this book. Someone who likely saw the self-logos of the first hypothesis decades before he was able to introduce it to even a small handful of people. Helping them do midwifery for decades, read for decades, translate the Greek texts for decades before they were ready to see that the one of the first hypothesis is not just one, but self. So on a personal note, yeah, it sucks in that it's lonely and that there's very few people to talk to. And if you find a sixth hypothesis person who's otherwise interested in understanding, even they have problems. And of that small group, the few that are open to understanding the higher principles and what's needed for actually solving problems is super, super rare. But we're humans. We need someone to talk to. Just like in midwifery, you need a dialectician. So, with all those principles in mind, we can understand why Jesus becomes butthurt here. Not blaming him, it's the human thing, of course. So, by having a truth that really nails the essence of his false beliefs and his blocks, his idea of the divine is a historical force picking a chosen people. It's not everything we've been learning about the true nature of God and the gods, personifications or analogies of principles and forces of intelligence, mind, being, and its cause, the self, that is open to anyone who's got the good heart and good head and character enough to develop and learn, which is our literal purpose and meaning of life. It doesn't pick and exclude, it only benefits. All of that stuff thrown out the window, which is an indication someone's in a problem. Remember, I talked about talking with Hassan dudes the other day. Everything we said, thrown out the window. Oh yeah, but does he shock his dog? Wait a minute. We're talking about helping Cuban people. Oh no, I forgot about that. We've been talking about whether everybody should be fighting against the injustice of capitalism or only the impoverished. Oh, I forgot about that. But wasn't that fucking important? Didn't we conclude together that everyone should be fighting the injustice of capitalism if capitalism is a systemic oppression, murdering and exploiting, impoverishing, starving to death of people for profit of a small group of sick individuals? Yes, we concluded it's everyone's job. Doesn't matter how rich or poor you are, you do your best. What the fuck does that got to do with whether or not one time a dog that caught his foot on his bed was being shocked or not? Nothing. So it's a sign someone's being triggered. What I said to the person was so truthful, it triggered his becoming fucking stupid, becoming as ignorant as possible, becoming a primitive, savage, NPC, zombie caveman. Which is important for us to realize as people who are philosophers. It's not just about being true. I heard somebody say, it's not just about being true, it's being true at the right time. So a lot of leftists, all the shit they've been saying for decades, MAGA is finally waking up to when they realize that Trump is literally cutting all social services, all care for housing and education and children's food, starving and killing everyone while making billions and billions of dollars from foreign governments, while sending American children to die in the Epstein wars for Netanyahu, while murdering innocent children en masse. Now, the difficulty is these conservators who think, oh, there's only right and left, and I don't like the left, so because I don't understand them, so I must be right. No. The leftists hate the left as well, because they're not left. They are right-wing fascist capitalists as well. They just try not to do it as fast, as blatant. They try to be secretive about it. That's capitalism. Two choices, fascism or fascism light. No leftist likes fucking Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer who have supported a genocide, or Biden who supported a genocide, or Obama who stole immigrant children into whoever the fuck knows. It's more than just children in cages for Obama. Drones bombing innocent people en masse? No. When the right-wing conservatives wake up, we better make sure their framing isn't right or left, it's logos or pathologos. Now, still two options, which helps their way of thinking because their fourth hypothesis, or seventh, us versus them, but it's logos versus pathologos. Progressivism and conservative, not left or right. Under capitalism, they both serve capital at the expense of humanity. So, being right at the right time. Yes, the true leftists were right all along. Of course they were, because they're using truth and understanding, reason, evidence, principles, and causes. That's what truth is, you idiot.
Well, that's not true because I'm unbelievable sluts these days.
True, also about sluts.
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a fox.
They want to kiss a fox. But we all want to kiss a fox?
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Emma wants to kiss a fox.
Jester goon maxed.
She is goon max.
Goon, 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 goon,
So
goon, 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 goon. I'm just asking for some
Just asking for some goonies.
goon, 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 goon.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
Some goons and gooners and weirdos. So, being true at the right time. So, understanding, it's a humanness. It's not personal, even though it may suck and be lonely. So, what's the thing? He hit it on the head. A spiritual force, a historical god that guides certain people through history. Bam. That's just a goon max. That's.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
We have a sickness for that thickness.
All checks out.
Making ice cream's a good and courageous thing.
No, talk about ice cream, Emma. Not right now.
I've been a bad little girl.
Yes, but that's okay.
Can't you just engage with anything in a way that's like meaningful ever? Like, it's just boring, I think, is the problem. I'm just bored of it.
Come on, Emma. Meaningful, not ice cream. So here is his reaction. The God I speak of is a creator God. Of my people. Our God is necessary to overcome the power of evil that is spawned by the evil one. Sauron. I mean, Darth Vader. I mean, Voldemort. I mean, Satan. Then God and Satan are not only opposites, but distinct and separate from each other. So there we go. So now we can, from all our work, we can see straight away, Socrates recognized that principle. Now we already know he grew up with this principle. We went through last time his childhood and his upbringing before becoming introduced to music and then discovering the logos behind it and everything. So he is familiar with it. So straight away he recognizes the seventh hypothesis worldview. These are the 10 that you can have, worldviews or states of mind. He recognizes that worldview, but he adds more specific content to it. That's part of the art. Oh, you're here? Let me clarify your position. Again, not telling you, asking you, but let's get to the essence of it. Oh, so like you go to the doctor. Oh, I've got an ouchie on my arm. Oh, is it in your elbow? See? Specific, because the doctor knows whatever. So the seventh is in opposition to the third. So it's not that there is a hierarchical development and an unfolding of intelligibility from the self and mind to us as souls that we awaken to through the dialectic. No. Goodness is equal but opposite to badness. Now, obviously, badness is down here, ignorance and wisdom, and then the good itself. So the good, goodness, and badness. The good itself, first hypothesis. Goodness, knowing and understanding. Together, wisdom. Badness, ignorance, belief, and image thinking. Nope, they're equal and opposite. So we can learn about the seventh hypothesis by understanding the third that it opposes, and vice versa. So as Socrates talks about the seventh, we can gain insight into the third. That's why analogy works so well. So it was equal and opposite, but also the third hypothesis is providence. There is a connection between self and intelligence and us in the physical world. There is a connection between self and mind to the physical world for the hero's journey. Seven have to oppose that. No. Sorry, but no. They say,
Calm your fucking tits.
calm your tits about providence. They say,
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a fox.
So, they're distinct and separate. Not connected. There's no dialogue going on between them. There's no providence. We live in a cruel dog-eat-dog world, so no providence. So if they're equal and opposite, what's the idea of goodness? To have the strength to hurt the other person. Which is the way that they're marketing the injustice of capitalism and the war that it entails. Strength, says Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Netanyahu. Look how strong we are from murdering those 150 innocent school children while they're at school. Oh, and then when the people come to help them who are still in the rubble, double tap the bomb so they get exploded too. And then when after that happens, even the medical professionals who come at the end get triple tapped. Yes, look how strong we are to be as horrifically, disgustingly violent in the name of capitalism and religion. Why? Because they're opposed to the third. Care. I don't hear stories in the Epstein files about those billionaires caring for those children. That's not how they spent their time. I don't hear stories of politicians caring, especially right-wingers, caring for their subjects. I don't hear stories of the king and the queen caring. I don't hear stories of the pope caring. I do hear a lot of stories of them hurting. Their idea of strength. So, why? Because this is a worldview that God and Satan are opposites, distinct. So opposites and distinct, not hierarchical and providentially connected. The opposite of understanding and truth. Yet having the power to be and do what they be and do. Would you say that to contemplate... Okay, so that's where he's starting from. This is what's provided in your definition. Even though there's distinct and separate, they still have something that allows their beingness and their functioning. And this is what we... Now we're at to what we have to learn. So establish the definition. This is your definition. Now, we have to do a lot of the work because we're the ones with understanding, but that's what we do. Define it. Now, we have to learn the stages. Now, this is a dialectic. You can learn the stages because it's of truth. You can follow these stages for everyone. Any Abrahamic, any all opinions are relative, any punishment is good, any there is no meaning, it's just dog eat dog, anyone like that, which is almost everyone to some degree. You can follow these exact same steps in principle because that's the dialectic and that's what truth is about. It's eternal. Now, of course, shifting it around to meet the individual where they're at, so it makes it artful, but there you go. Now, do you agree that to contemplate evil or to act in an evil way is to act irrationally and in a totally unintelligible way? What have we got? We've got here. To contemplate evil or to act in an evil way is also irrational, against reason, logos, and unintelligible. So what are we using? We're using our two standards. Logos or dianoia, understanding, Whoops. Now, it's important for us to read in this way. We want to read not just what they're saying, but what's the thinking behind what they're saying so we can learn it too. Logos and ousia. Nous, or knowing. So intelligibility is the knowing of the good, which is also inherently rational. Rationality is the parts that lead to the good. So reason and rationality lead to the good. Knowing it as an object of intelligibility is knowing, or ousia. Now, isn't it interesting that as an evolved species, that these two things, these two qualities, are what make us more evolved than cabbages and caterpillars. We can self-reflect ousia. We can logos understand with a language that other animals can't. So those are the two things we use in the dialectic. To reach the good. To reach good in our experience or state of being or contemplation, and to reach the good in our contemplate the good, either goodness as intelligence or the good itself, the two, the ultimate and penultimate stages of enlightenment, or to act good is the purpose of the dialectic. Which is what makes use of logos and ousia. The art of logos and ousia, therefore our purpose as evolved beings. So isn't that interesting? The first thing Socrates does is define the opposition to the dialectic. You are not contemplating the good, you're contemplating evil. Which is unintelligible. You can't contemplate evil. Evil is not an object of contemplation. If it was, it would be a stupid thing to do. Imagine if you were a non-physical entity. Everything you think was immediate and experienced directly. Would you like to directly experience the horrors of evil? Of course not. Of course, that's the fear that many religious people put into religious children about yoga and spirituality and Harry Potter. Don't have a spiritual experience or don't do drugs because, you'll directly be experiencing devils. Bull fucking shit. If you're directly experiencing something on a higher dimension, it can't be evil. That is unintelligible. Doesn't make sense. Not an object of knowing or intelligibility. To act evil is irrational. Why would you beat yourself up? Doesn't help anything. Why would you eat a poison sandwich? If we're all the same human beings on the same development with the same mind and self, why would you hurt or punish someone? So, in terms of a personification, good personification of the devil, but can't exist literally is where we're going. And we can therefore compare it to what we are doing as good. To contemplate the good. So we do dialectics on beauty from the text that we read, and justice from the text that we read, and to act in that way as we facilitate that kind of reflection or midwifery with others. Fun, sound drop time.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Another one.
Cool as a cuke. It makes sense.
So, asking a question, defining our terms. Indeed, to miss the mark or sin, to miss the mark you're aiming for is to act irrationally and against one's own spiritual goal. The good does not share its attributes with evil because they are different as they are opposite. So he's okay with this. What's the definition? To contemplate evil or to act evilly is unintelligible or irrational, and Jesus adds, are also against your own interests. Do we share in the truth that so already we're knowing that Socrates is contemplating himself truth. The one, the good, the true. So there might be a bit of a clue about where Socrates' state of mind is while engaged in this. Is he focused on the everyday opinions? Did he say, well, we did a poll and 34% of people think this is true? Or is his state of mind of the good, the one or the true? Do we share in the truth that for a god to be a god, he must be and remain in a perfect state? Ooh. And is not being in a perfect state such that goodness would be the essential mark of God? So, we've gone from identifying what it means to be evil, attached it to intelligibility and rationality, and now we've defined our term of what it means to be a god. The essential mark of being a god is, so definition. This is important because we're looking for definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. And conclusion has a synthesis from your divisions and an analysis going back to the definition. So those are the 4 stages of the dialectic. We've got a definition, or the, essential mark. Essential mark of God equals to be, not just be, but remain, a perpetual being. Wouldn't be much of a god if you would fall in a perfect state. Need to define our terms. And Jesus says,
Jester goon maxed.
he's trying to goon max.
Goon.
Gooners.
That's not what we're talking about right now, guys. Right, Emma?
Please end kink shaming on your show.
Exactly, everybody. He's talking to you there. So, defining our terms as a question, so we're on board. No gish galloping, no shouting over each other. The fuckheads who shouted over Emma on CNN, we say to them.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right
should get
now.
us
They're
spanking.
disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
They're so disgusting. None of that. Step by step. No big monologuing or let me finish or don't interrupt. No. Fucking step by step. By the way, what would be necessary in decent conversations is of those few people out there who can learn the dialectic to be the guide in those discussions. Hang on a second. Before you go to your next step, define your term. Now you've defined your term, ask Emma if she agrees with you, because maybe you are trying to lie and exploit people on public television on purpose, which is unjust to your soul, unjust to the many, and also may bring humanity to its fucking extinction. Without that referee there, then it's the biggest jerks who have all the money to buy the television networks who have the voice. So, the dialecticians, maybe they should become referees for those kind of discussions, or guides more than referees. That's what we're learning. And of course, it's the purpose of everyone, so we all need to learn how to do that too. So, defining gods. An essential mark of God is to be and remain in a perfect state. What's my light doing back there? When it's on the smallest amount of brightness, it can't do the fade, which I like. It has to just... And now it's blue. And now it's light blue. That's done. See, it doesn't. Why is it gone? It shouldn't go from light blue to dark blue. It should go to, unless it's coming back. It's supposed to be on a gradient. And then it's purple. Alright, forget it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, we drink from the same cup and praise the same God. Okay, allusions to Christianity, drinking from the wine and praise instead of... Okay, let's keep going. So, but notice the dialectician ignores that petty differences or bait and yes ands. Yes and not yes and to that, but now that we've got agreement, let's keep going. Then we say, because that's the thing, if you try and argue with every point, a bad person can say 15 stupid, ignorant, harmful shit in 5 seconds. Not 5 seconds, 15. In 1 minute can say 15 unjust things, false things, each of which would take 10 minutes to unpack, even if they were willing to come along. And so he's not getting baited. Stay on track. It sucks that lying is OP in this dimension, but that's the Hades that we're in. We're here to learn. So, stay focused. Like the dialectic. Focused on an idea. Then we both say that God abides eternally in his own state, and doing so preserves his own nature. If so, would you agree that since his nature is good, he would offer no falsehoods, nor would he be active in an evil way? Okay. So we've gone from being to functioning. And we function in words and activities. Also seeing, but we can't notice that. So he's gone from definition. So abides eternally in his own state and preserves his own nature. Now that we've got an agreement from that, be and remain. We've gone from be and remain to abide eternally in own state. So what it means to, so we're sort of clarifying this a little bit. Own state. So why are we slightly changing the wording? Because we need to connect it to his own state. So to be and remain in a perfect state, his own state. Therefore, the own state. Let's smooth this over a little bit. So notice we're going top down. We're starting with the highest possible, easiest to see principles, good and bad. Contemplate, and the most primary things we have. We can either contemplate or do. To do contemplate or evil is anti-knowing, contemplation, and anti-doing well, irrational. Against the logos and ousia. We can infer from that what we're supposed to be doing. So we're using the highest possible terms, which of course is what we study with Dianoia, was reading these books. We've also defined the idea of God in the simplest way, to be and remain in a perfect state. So we're just adding the idea of a perfect state as a definition of God. He's making sure that Jesus is aware that it's not just being, but staying Not much of a God if you fall. Now we've gone from that simple general term to more clarity. So it's step by step. Now you could work backwards. You might start by saying, okay, so the definition of a God is to abide eternally in his own state. Someone go, what? Is it? I don't know. Wait. Then you'll have to go back and say, oh, well, a God has to be and remain in its own state, right? And that state would be perfect, right? Not much of a God if you are broken or halfway there, right? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. To be in a perfect state. Not, by the way, you might take that first. God has to be in a perfect state for it to be a God. Yes. Then you might go and then remain, because be and remain. So, in other words, all times. Okay. Now that we've said, hey, be and remain in a perfect state, that would be his own state, right? To abide eternally in his own state. Oh yeah, now I see why you could say be and abide in its own state. Now the reason we want his own state, now we can add the nature of God's own state. So in his own state, he would be then for being and remaining, preserving his nature, his own nature. And that nature is good. Therefore, conclusion, seeing, speaking, and doing, he would not speak and do he would not speak or do evil. Which is that which is bad, which is falsehoods, which is a fancy word for lying, or act in an evil way. And he did all of that in one jump. Okay? If the essential essence or definition of God is to be and remain in a perfect state, that would be eternally abiding in your own state, which would be preserving your own nature. And if your nature is good, you can't leave the good. You're eternally abiding in it. You can't speak or do anything false or evil. See? Practice this with your friends over coffee, and they will say to you,
Personality maxing requires you to look inward. No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell.
You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Your friend will say you're brave and crossing into new boundaries. And then everyone in the coffee shop will say,
if you don't know, now you know.
And they'll say that you know.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Very echoey coffee shop that you're in. Jesus says yes. Jesus says yes. God, the God over all heaven and earth, has a nature of unfathomable goodness. Bait. unfathomable? Is it knowable? I'm not going down that road, I'm afraid. We'll take the yes and keep going. Then would such a God be at war if war is the abandonment of the abandonment of the intelligible? Okay. So we've defined already evil, unintelligible, and irrational, which is, interestingly enough, the opposite of what we have been seeing time and time again is our purpose as intelligent beings, the dialectic, which is to contemplate and act in a good way. The good towards the good self and goodness, intelligence. Defining the essence of God is to be and remain eternally in its perfect state, which is good. Therefore, it can't lie or do bad things. Next step. Wouldn't you agree, Jesus? He says it in that voice because not many people know that's how he sounded. He says, wouldn't you know also that war is the abandonment of anything rational, anything good, anything caring. War is always bad. Come on, obviously. The abandonment of the intelligible. Does the intelligible kill? Nope, it unifies. How do you reach the intelligible? Starving people, murdering people, killing their family? Nope. Meeting all universal human needs and material conditions so that we can spend our time reading, contemplating the good, and acting in a good way. War is the abandonment of the intelligible. Like we're not being rational. We're just trying to punch you in the face harder than you punch me in the face. War's bad. Don't do war. It's weird that we have to say it in the 21st century, but there you go. Don't do it, it's bad. Oh, Jesus, some people out there. No, we're learning the conversation to have with these people so that we can maybe not do it anymore. Now, so Jesus can already see the implication. We've defined the nature of God. We've compared it to the definition of war. God cannot do or speak lie or evil. So he can't, we've defined evil. So to act evil way is an unintelligible or irrational. Because the definition of God is to remain in his perfect state, which is his own state, which is good. It can't act in an evil way. We've defined war as irrational or unintelligible. Therefore, to do war would be to act in an evil way. So we define evil as unintelligible. We define war as unintelligible. War is therefore evil. You cannot do evil if you are preserving your good nature. Therefore, God can't be at war. See how it all fits together? It's like a beautiful puzzle. Could an army dude just do that with a shotgun? Or a rifle or a nuclear bomb? Nope. This requires thought. This requires patience. This requires practice. This requires open-mindedness. This requires the courage to challenge your own upbringing and your own parental figures. This requires the courage to leave those families and friends who demand subservience to this bullshit. This makes you better. This is contemplating the good. This is contemplating how to act good. You are becoming like God. And as we said earlier, likeness is the method through which we evolve. Through those stages we've got up here, through likeness, which is analogy, which is why analogy is a triggering idea. But also, as we read in the text, Hermes is necessary So we can add this idea in. Well, not add it in, but see the connection that's said to be made. Hermes is the god of the dialectic and elevates souls akin. That means like. To become like Hermes, you get elevated. What are we learning? The dialectic. What's that called? Acting and speaking in a good way. The good way. Therefore, by participating in Hermes, we are becoming like God and therefore elevated. And without doing so, we will fail. Therefore, we read Apollo, put it together, and have fun with that Aphrodite, and practice the dialectic Hermes, says Socrates. So we're doing the good thing. We're learning how to speak and act in a good way and contemplate in a good way. Does starving someone help them do this? Nope. Does being free from work help them? Abso-fucking-lutely it does. So we should do that. Donk, 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 donk. Hey, welcome, Sus. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
We're not being crazy here today. We are reaching a higher state of being. How are you doing, Sus? What's up? We're reaching a higher state of being. We're actually defeating the devil and stopping Armageddon. We're learning the steps in a discussion or reflection that can help anyone open to it realize that the devil can't exist. And God that's at war with Satan can't exist as well. There cannot be a God at war with Satan. And the implications of that way of thinking is Armageddon, that the world is rushing towards. So we're learning the dialectic or steps in a reasoning thought that you can use forever, because it's always going to be true to anyone who believes in God and the devil or believes in punishment or war, to help them see that it's wrong and it's not true. So we're defeating the devil and saving humanity from Armageddon. How's your day been? I'm okay, a little sleepy. Then...
And she spit on him also.
And also you spit on them. That's
Gooners.
That's being a gooner. The devil, huh? Yep, the devil. But also, so this is the idea behind Abrahamic religions, the three big ones, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. It's also tied to an even earlier thinker, Zoroaster, who had this idea that problems wasn't just a movement from ignorance to wisdom, it was an evil force against a good force. But also, it's the seventh hypothesis. We've got a map of the 5 stages of development that we participate in for our growth. But those who are stuck at any stage, there is evidence of a false belief they're carrying about themselves from childhood. And we have a map of 5 kinds of false beliefs that can exist. The one we're looking at is the most common and the most dangerous, the 7th. Because each one of these worldviews is an opposition to those 5 levels of reality. We have image thinking that causes our problems. So we want to participate in the 5th hypothesis by reading the books that we read, seeking excellence in our lives, and looking for problems. Looking for the images that we project onto our goals as distractions or blocks. We want to look for problems. They are our gifts. That's participating in the 5th hypothesis properly. If you're stuck in the 5th, you think your images are the highest and you can't go any further. That's a block. The 4th hypothesis is belief. We're supposed to look for our problems and find yourself a chair with a dialectician, because only in talking with a dialectician, which we are learning to become here, can you find the cause of your images that are the cause of your problems and blocks in your life. The cause is your fourth hypothesis, beliefs. So there you are, sitting on the chair in the greatest activity a human can do, a dialectic or midwife talk, but to examine the beliefs that you carry. That's participating in the fourth. But those who are blocked in the fourth, they're not participating in the fourth that way, which is the self-logos. You're looking for the self-logos. The self-logos is the dialectic, reason, understanding, fun, connection. That's called a pathologos belief. This belief that I got when I was a little baby is the only truth, and I'm going to fight anyone who's different. That's the nature of religion. That's the nature of conservatism. Capitalists also identify with this. That's the root cause of every human problem. To be blocked in the fourth hypothesis, to be carrying false, unsuspected beliefs about yourself that are the cause of your problems and image thinking. So that's the cause of problems, a block. But our actual participation in group activities is to examine our beliefs with a third hypothesis dialectician. So we pay $60 million to LeBron James for doing basketball. We should be paying $100 million to the best people in the world, who we are hoping to become dialecticians, who can follow a series of questions and answers that they can repeat, because it's always true, to help purify someone of the false beliefs they carry, fourth hypothesis, that causes their negative functioning, fifth hypothesis. That's what we're doing. We're learning how to have one of those dialectic talks right now. So we're fifth hypothesis on the chair. Fourth hypothesis, reflecting on your beliefs. Third hypothesis, understanding. Someone who's a dialectician, who knows the art of understanding. That dialectician has to be reflecting on the model of truth, which is our highest peak experience. It's the second last enlightenment experience. That's where truth and beauty and reality exists. So we need the second hypothesis in the mind of the dialectician. Spammer.
You piece of shit, there's a robot.
There's a robot. That's participating in the second. And the whole reason for doing this is to find the true nature of the self through understanding the dialectic. So that's our purpose. We just defined with 5 categories our purpose as a human being. To move through that, to know the self with the highest peak experience as our model, second hypothesis. Third hypothesis, to also function as a dialectician and to find a relationship where you can reflect on your fourth hypothesis beliefs, which are the cause of your fifth hypothesis problems. Now, if you're stuck in any one of them, you have to be opposed to any one of those 5 stages of being a human being. Therefore, we can have another set of stages which are all defined by an allegiance to a belief that opposes it. For example, if you don't think that there are any images or problems or anything exists, then you're opposed to even images. A nihilist, nothing exists. Black-pilled, doomers. That's a 9th hypothesis. If you're okay with there being physical things existing, but no meaningful wholes, no problems as a whole that we can therefore understand, no excellence as a whole that we can therefore reach, you think everything is just atoms, just neurons firing. If you've got a problem, it's your brain chemistry. Just take some drugs. You are in the 8th hypothesis. Problems are solved by chemicals. Love is just chemicals. A beautiful painting is just chemicals on a canvas. That's the 8th hypothesis. What we are examining is the most common, that's materialism or reductionism. The most common false belief someone can get stuck in, the 7th. You're okay with there being parts. You're okay with there being wholes. You're even okay with there being mind, because mind is that level of the 3rd. Only you're opposed to the logos, The logos is what we master with the dialectic. To be in the state of self, using mind as your paradigm to function in a good way to help human beings, to help yourself, help your relationships, help your society or city, and also help humanity within a greater cosmos. You're opposed to that. There is no helping. There is no providence being extended to us that we can participate in through the dialectic. It's just good versus bad. There are forces. We're not in 8th or 9th, but the forces are just good versus bad. They are equal, they are distinct, they don't connect with each other, only in war. It's the most common. It's the Abrahamic religions. It's also people who think, hey, all opinions are equal. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. If you think it's true, then that's equal and opposite to what I think is true, and never the twain shall meet. Everything is just relative to opinions, bro. So you still think there are forces, it's just a matter of opinion. That's the most dangerous because it opposes goodness, it opposes knowing and understanding, it opposes providence, which is intelligence and care. This is the one that's most common and rules our society. This is the one that believes in the devil. And this is the one that leads us to Armageddon, the extinction of our species. Our third hypothesis, dialectic, is to address the fourth hypothesis, sick belief, of the seventh hypothesis, opposition to understanding or good and evil. Satan. So we're learning how to be the best kind of person to the best, in the most important way currently. And of course, if everyone who hasn't gone through philosophical midwifery, they haven't found themselves a seat with a dialectician yet, we shed a tear for those people.
Can't you just engage with anything in a way that's like meaningful ever? It's just
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a fox.
They want to kiss a fox, but they don't want to engage in something meaningful yet. Anyone who hasn't participated in that is going to be one of these false beliefs. So while we've identified the worst, we've identified what makes the best people the best. They have a sixth hypothesis problem. They're okay with there being physical things, so they're not a ninth hypothesis doomer, black-pilled, nihilist. They've been okay with there being meaningful things as wholes, beauty, excellence, problems, and a activity with other people that's meaningful, so they're not materialists in the eighth. They're okay with reason and understanding. They like reasoning. They like evidence. They want to solve problems. They want to improve things. So they're not in the seventh. They don't like violence, punishment. Therefore, they're okay with the third. They are the sorts of people with a good heart and a good head, because that's good heart and good head is providence. Third hypothesis. But they have to have a problem. Sixth hypothesis. They're opposed to there being a knowable experience of the paradigm of all things, including beauty and justice, that we need to experience out of body, away from our physical senses, and recognize as the as self, knowing itself as being. That's, of course, what we focus on as dialecticians. The books that we read are usually about that. Beauty itself, justice itself are all aspects of that paradigm. So the best people who still have a problem, sixth hypothesis. These are the people most likely to listen to me or listen to this stream. So that's where we are. Understanding all of the... Oh, and by the way, while the participation in those 5 good ones are using likeness or analogy to be like the self through the dialectic. So it's likeness that unfolds in creation, but it's likeness that we use to return. Likeness to the self logos. Our problems, the 10th hypothesis, pathologos. So we've identified the 4 classes of pathologos. We've identified the 5, including the pathologos itself. The 5 pathologos, the 5 stages of the logos, and we are currently becoming like the good by learning how to speak and act in a good way, third hypothesis, while addressing what's most bad and dangerous, 7th, the idea of good and evil or Satan. Hope that answers your question. If you're still here. And if you're not still here, we say...
Wrong. It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
And we're sad for you. And you're probably gooning.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
You're really a gooner.
If you don't know, now you know.
So now you know, I hope. If they're a god, then they make them exist, didn't they? And technically made hell. And therefore your existence is based on conditional love, or you get sent there. Yeah, so that could be another dialectic, that if you can break that down into parts and learn how to order all of those ideas in a way that every one of them can be questions that the person who you're talking to can confirm, that would be a fantastic dialectic that you could develop. Technically, everyone's saved until they learn about Jesus. Right, so that's another way of going. That's finding the loopholes or the hypocrisy within their own reasoning. It's a different way of going. What we are going to is what exists, what has to exist by definition, rather than pulling out the irrationality. And when you learn about Jesus, you learn about hell. Yeah, that's true as well. And therefore, learning about Christianity is like losing the game. Yeah. And so the game is, of course, there's some stupid meme from the 2000s that if someone says the game, then you're thinking about the game. The game is just saying the word game, and then if you think about it, you lose. So yeah, that's the loophole. If within religion they say everyone goes to hell unless you believe in me, but that seems completely unjust. So the way that they save that is, oh no, but if you never hear about the Bible, then you're okay. Therefore, everyone can be saved if you never go around preaching the Bible. So there are many inherent hypocrisies of that, as our friend mentioned before she dipped.
This is like even worse than AI sludge somehow.
Then we had a spammer.
I'm a human, I don't listen to robots.
We don't listen to robots, we just listen to chatters.
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
Me?
Worse than slop. Sludge.
The spammer was sludge. So a little reminder. So that's the stakes of what we're doing. We're fulfilling our purpose. And because of this dialectic, we are becoming like God. Because we are contemplating the good and acting in a good way, which is a dialectic. Doing so would be preserving the nature of the good, which would also be the nature of God. Whereas war is an abandonment of the intelligible. Step 1. Let's put the numbers here. Well, step 1 is defining evil. Unintelligible or irrational. Step 2 is defining God. Eternally good. So that was the purpose of this whole line here. Preserving his nature. Eternally good. Be thicker. That's what she said.
I'm just asking for some goon.
Just asking for goon. Eternally good. That's our next step. Define God in the simplest, most unarguable ways. Now that we've defined good, let's go from his definition to his functioning. Which is you can't lie or do evil. So from definition to demonstration. Step 4 is war is a functioning or demonstration that's unintelligible, therefore is evil. So therefore is evil, which was 1. Which is against the principle of functioning in not doing evil or lying, so it's against 3. Which is the functioning of 2, God. So war is unintelligible, or the abandonment of the intelligible, which is therefore evil, which we defined as unintelligible or irrational, which is not equal to 3, which is the functioning of not lying or not doing evil, which is the functioning of 2, God. See? So we can see that 4 and 1, war or evil, is not equal to always contemplating and acting good or God. So therefore, war, which is 4, is not equal to God, which is 2. See, 4 moves. To say that a God that's at war, it can't be a God. It's not real. See? Kind of simple. Kind of straightforward. Because there are only 4 moves, and we're using very primary terms, which are fun, but still requires work, effort. So that question we got from Sus was helpful because it reminded us why we're doing it. To become like God, so we can know the self, which is God is a personification of that. To become good people, to contemplate the good, to act in a good way, but also address the greatest danger. Help the worst of people. It requires effort, requires time, requires patience, requires sticking around in chat. Fun? What does Jesus say to it? For you, the intelligible befriends the good, while for us, it casts a deceptive shadow over all. Wow, wow, wee wow, has been a long time, old madman. Hello, old madman. I guess I should call you even older madman. Very good. Very funny. Got on, boys. How's it going? How's your world? You came at a good time. I suggest rewatching this VOD. It's a good one today. So, what's Jesus' response? To attack one of those core principles, intelligibility. Let's see what Socrates says. However, must we not agree that Satan is the personification of evil, would lack the ability to plan and act intelligently towards any good he desires, because his actions cannot reflect what is good or intelligible. So he addressed his problem. Oh, but maybe intelligibility is bad. No. It's just thinking well. So good and intelligible go together. Otherwise, how can you think and plan and act? So intelligibility doesn't cast a deceptive shadow. So a little addressing the problem that Jesus had while still following the dialectic. We've addressed that God can't do war because that's unintelligible. Jesus casts, so it's interesting. This is another interesting thing. There are two things people say when they say things. They are what they say and what they really say. So while Jesus is saying, well, for you, intelligibility is a friend of the good, but for us, it's scary and can be deceptive. That isn't really what we're talking about here. And he has already agreed with the contemplate evil, act evil is unintelligible and irrational. The second thing he's saying, the real thing he's saying is his fear of mind. Newsflash, everyone has a fear of mind who hasn't gone through midwifery, because that's the pathologos. Our pathologos belief, you can expect everyone to have a fear of self, freedom and pure being of self. Maybe I'm a bad being. Maybe I deserve slavery to a capitalist, to a conservative, to a clergy. I deserve punishment because I can't be free. Everyone has a fear of the second hypothesis, mind, intelligibility, knowing, an eternal existing reality where you know yourself as pure being. Everyone has a fear of understanding because everyone who has been raised a human being has a fourth hypothesis, false belief from their childhood that keeps you in line with the beliefs and image thinking. And I'm back. So, to finish that thought before I address the friend in chat. It's doing that thing again. Have I lost my soundboard? Oh no, I got my soundboard. Okay. I pressed my button on my pen and it just changed the scene. Oh, don't do that, please. Okay. So, we all carry false beliefs. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. From childhood. Our primitive and therefore savage, because it functions in a savage way, against reason, against our interest, against learning. I'd rather be a knower and just vomit my beliefs as though I know shit. So it's our primitive and savage, keeps us in a script. So it's an NPC script, and it keeps us with a very small amount of intelligibility and very small amount of logos, enough to say brains, enough to plan to eat brains. So it's zombie, a primitive, savage, NPC zombie script that we're in, state of being we're in, that is based on a fear of understanding, a fear of mind, a fear of self. Everyone has it. Unless they've gone through midwifery. They have it to different degrees based on the kind of pathologos family belief they have, which we've gone through as we've defined within these categories. So, because Jesus is discussing his false belief fourth hypothesis, which happens to be a seventh in opposition to logos, good and evil, Satan and God is the forces, not self and ignorance, not truth and its distorted image. It's actually a god and a devil. He is saying, well, maybe intelligibility, mind, is deceptive or scary. It's stupid because we've already confirmed that, hey, for God to be a god, it has to be contemplating good, second hypothesis, acting good, third hypothesis, knowing and understanding, and also remain as it is, the self. So he's already said that it has to be. He's just throwing some doubt in there because he's being challenged. It's human, it's normal, we can anticipate it. In fact, we should have anticipated either, well, irrationality or intelligibility or remaining oneself. He could have doubted any one of them. It's normal. Let's see how Socrates addresses it. Now, back to the chat. I honestly believe, fourth hypothesis, we want to understand. Natural order and that Satan equals intelligence that man has. As it goes against the natural order, hence why we see that problems are going today by going against the grain. Now, you've just demonstrated what we just said. The way of understanding human problems you've prescribed to second hypothesis, intelligence itself. Rather, what we are learning to understand and verify for ourselves, so therefore true and not just an opinion or belief, is our problems isn't knowing intelligence, understanding the functioning of intelligence, it's its distorted shadow, our belief of others that tried to appear knowing, that we carry, taking the blame for them, and not understanding, but the use of our images, because understanding is to use intelligence itself. So you talk about going against the grain. The grain is the second. It's the paradigm of everything. It's the causes, principles, terms, beauty, justice, goodness, whole, part, same, different. Everything we've been doing in the last 170 episodes has been understanding it. That's philosophy. The gods are just personifications of its forces. So to act against the grain would be to abandon the peak experience and the object of intelligibility, so there's our word intelligible, to abandon that peak experience as the model. Or to make sense of it as Jesus did with his stupid family beliefs. I must be Elijah. I must be the son of David. I must be king of the Jews. That's his religious bullshit. So it's either not having that experience or using your beliefs to make sense of it. So it's those people who use their beliefs to make sense of it, who start their own religions or whatever, because it changes their life. It's a peak experience. They've stepped out of their senses for a while to experience reality. So our job is to address our false beliefs, that's midwifery, while intelligibility is the experience of the self, logos, allowing us to learn about the inherent intelligibility of awareness or self itself. So too, our false beliefs, if we become addicted to them and identify with them, become the pathologos. So that's the 10th hypothesis in opposition to self. How it functions is in opposition to the first, second, and third. So we have a false belief about ourself that allows for certain states of mind that are okay, that are acceptable within our tribe, within our family. Can't be too open, can't be too curious. That allows for our functioning or role within the family. That's the script, that's the NPC script called fate that we're all in. Therefore, for this to exist as a fourth hypothesis pathologos belief, it has to be, in principle, opposed to the first hypothesis self, because you can't carry this false image of yourself, the mask that you spend your life becoming identified with, if you know the self. So that's why we said God has to remain and abide eternally in its self, which is also the good, so the good self or the one self. That's you, God, awareness itself, pure self. Says the book. So we have to be opposed to that. to keep your family tribe membership and the image and belief of yourself, unless you've gone through philosophical midwifery. And as far as I know, you haven't, because very few people do. It's new. Oh, it's not new. It's being recently rediscovered. The states of mind that you are familiar with, you can't have unless you're opposed to the ideal state of mind, which is intelligibility, or the second hypothesis. And the functioning that you do, how you live, your way of being, the role that you have, has to be opposed to the third hypothesis, because that's the role of the dialectician. That's your purpose. That's the art we're here to learn. So therefore, we can expect Jesus to be counterattacking by saying the self isn't real, intelligibility might not be so good, understanding might not be so good, or analogy, because analogy is the tool of understanding. So, expectable. By grain, I meant we stepped away from our natural order of sense perception and intuition. So what we are learning is understanding isn't sense perception. We use understanding. Sorry, like for example, everything that you've seen is a whole and a part. It's a part together as a whole. Have you ever seen whole or part walking down the street? You've only seen them as adjectives. So your mind projects onto your senses whole and part, but also same and different, but also beauty. Where they exist is in intelligence itself. So if you're motivated by sense perception, you are in ignorance by definition, because sense perception is image thinking or shapes and colors. The way that you make sense or how you project, whether that's beautiful, maybe that's not beautiful because that person has brown skin. That's your prejudices and things. So all of our image thinking comes from our beliefs that we carry from childhood. Therefore, it's a moral and ethical responsibility of everybody to go back and trace and address all of their primary beliefs, which are the cause of their image thinking. Now, it doesn't have to be a moral obligation, because you want to remove your problems. Your beliefs, which are the source of your images, are the cause of your problems, and everyone wants to remove their problems. So that's what it means to wake up to our purpose, because our purpose is to turn away from our physical senses and find out what the good is, what beautiful is, what just is, what whole and part is, so that we can navigate the physical world and function within it in justice and recognize that this is our highest purpose. 2, third hypothesis, use the dialectic that we learn in the physical world to contemplate the good, or the goodness, intelligibility, to go through that with the dialectic, to reach its cause, to know the self, and even to function providentially or caringly, good heart, good head, to people who are still struggling with their fourth hypothesis beliefs and fifth hypothesis image thinking. So fourth and fifth, ignorance, second and third, wisdom. Let me finish what you said. So to step away from our sense perception and intuition and such, given ourselves to illusion and delusions. Yes, that's right. So that's what we're looking at. What are illusions and delusions, and what is its source? We're also going one step further to say, hey, of those illusions and delusions, fourth and fifth, what are the varieties or kinds? Because God and devil is the seventh. It's also the most common and the most dangerous or threatening to our survival. It is like an ego. Yes, so you've got it. So the identification with self, that's the root cause of our states of mind, which is the root cause of our actions or activities. That's the triad. Everything that exists has some sort of existence or highest functioning or hyparxis, has some sort of power, and has some sort of activity that it engages in with that power. We're applying it to the most important thing for us, our souls. So what you call the ego, we call the pathologos self. The root cause of your problems. You don't know it. You just think it's you. It also stars in every thought you've had, every dream you've had, every tangent you've had, and every fantasy you've had. So in other words, your whole life has been further indoctrinating yourself into a false image of yourself, which is the very thing Socrates says you have been reincarnated to purify. It's that false image of yourself that prevented your higher spiritual development, causing your reincarnation. If you're fortunate, and you have been, you'll come across a dialectician. That's me, and Socrates of the book. Allowing you to recognize that you don't know yourself, it's inferred, just as the true self of the first hypothesis is inferred, but your ego is a fourth hypothesis pathologos belief, what you're calling ego. It's like an ego that has grown from natural roots and distorted itself and its true functions and needs. Yes, you're right. So, false image of yourself or ego, creating the states of mind that are behind your activity or roles. And those activities of roles that you have that play out in your dreams, tangents, fantasies, relationships, and the blocks to your reading are all messages about that state of mind, which is going to be one of these 10 here. That's the 10 possible states of mind you can have, that are messages about the underlying, unsuspected, because you didn't put it into words, ego that you carry that causes your problems. That's called the pathologos self. That's the 10th hypothesis, and its varieties is the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So 4 basic categories to define a human injustice. For everyone, you're going to be one of those unless you've completed midwifery. And what's interesting is in Plato's Republic, he talks about the 4 classes of soul different from the Philosopher King. That's interesting. Thank you for grounding me with your philosophical tools, by the way. Oh, well, thank you for being interested. I learn a lot through you, always bringing it back to the true roots of what philosophy is. Do you watch this? Do you watch the streams or the VODs often? I'm glad that you find it interesting. And I'm glad that you're asking good questions. Not just ideas, but the proper way of thinking and breaking down ideas. Yes, that's the goal. That's our purpose. You have a way that you've been making sense of the world that you had to accept as a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old when you first learned language, that allowed you to make sense of the world. That's the thing. We're trying to make sense of the world. All of these 5 hypotheses here are the 5 different ways we make sense of the world. Do you grasp the world through shapes and colors? 5th hypothesis. Everyone does if they've got a problem. Do you grasp the world through your beliefs? Well, I believe in Jeebus. I believe in Mormon. Mormons wear magic underpants and they do soaking.
Goon, 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 goon.
Goon, goon. That's counting a Mormon church. Goon, 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 goon. Do you try and grasp the world through principles that exist eternally, that exist as gods because they have an eternal existence and scope over reality, beauty, justice, but also you experience as adjectives in the physical world, a beautiful painting, a beautiful stream. So these are the cognitive functions, or the ways we make sense of the world. Can you, second hypothesis, withdraw from your physical senses through the dialectic contemplation of these ideas to perceive that object of your dialectic beauty, justice itself all at once? That's the peak experience. And that's the paradigm of reality, because that's the creator god or demiurgos. That's the logos model that intelligence looks upon as the model for creating each frame in time that we experience in the physical world, like a movie. Or can you apply that third hypothesis, dialectical understanding, to the second hypothesis, peak experience, and realize, hey, even in the peak experience, there has to be something experiencing it. Or if this is the cause of the physical world, what's the cause of it? That's the first hypothesis. Where can I read about this pathologo self? Well, we have read the first 4.5 chapters together on this stream. So if you go to my YouTube channel, we've done a read through of the first 4.5. There's also a book called Philosophical Midwifery, A New Paradigm of Understanding Human Problems, by the author of the book we're reading here. We're reading another book by him. The author is Dr. Pierre Grimes. If you want it can be a bit challenging, but if you want a condensed version, there's a book called The Pocket Pierre You can also buy it with an accompanying book called Unblocking, which I think is supposed to be read side by side. So it might give you the questions that you can ask yourself to remove your own blocks. So, Pocket Pierre on Unblocking, easy introduction. The Orange Sutra, called the Orange Sutra because it's a complete, intelligible work about the self that can function as a spiritual method to reach enlightenment, as well as removing the problems, because removing the problems is what prevents you from enlightenment. Philosophical Midwifery. And another option is the YouTube page, where we read it together. And after this book, we might jump back into it. Because we're almost finished this book. We're about 170 something episodes in. I used to be here quite a lot. One of your first viewers on the Warcraft RuneScape guy. Yes. Hey, welcome. I remember now. Was here when we read Plato's translations. Right. I remember. So yeah, you come back at a good time. So right at the end, this book's a banger. And if you want to read it at your own pace, you can find a link to a PDF version below. Or you could buy the book. It's called Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven. And what we've just seen is something that we can learn and practice. Say, call your friend up and say, hey, buy me a coffee. Like, what the fuck? You buy me a coffee. No. If you buy me a coffee, I can run you through 4 stages of reflection. Got a link for the Orange Sutra book. I don't, but the YouTube videos, I think every one of those videos has a link underneath. You can buy it if you find it online. It used to be like $500 for a copy, but they did a couple of years ago, they did a reprint, so you might be able to find cheaper copies. I recommend buying it because it's a fucking masterpiece. Like really rare to get. And funny, when I first started learning it, they sent me a box. They sent me a box of them. I was the only one learning about midwifery in Australia, and these guys are in California, and they sent me a box of copies. I had like 10, and I gave them out too readily. I wish I had held on to more of them. But I think you can even find a PDF version of it online, maybe on the archive. And a friend of mine told me that you can actually download a plugin to your web browser that allows you to download those PDFs. You're only supposed to borrow them, but I don't know if that's true. You have to ask him. And he's joined the circus, so I can't find him. So say, hey, friend. Well, these are only really 3 questions you can ask someone. And really there are only 2. The first one is, where are you at? Where are you at in your reading of these books that we read, which are about the logos? The intelligible nature of self-reality and our purpose to master as a dialectician. Where are you at? Where's your highest vision of self and reality and your level of understanding of that? Let's talk about it. And over coffee. And hopefully not as a debate or trying to win or lose. Competition is fucked. One of the greatest sicknesses of our culture is competition. 7th hypothesis. Me versus you. Us versus them. Right versus left. God only wins when Satan is destroyed. The billionaires are only happy when all of the 99.9% of people are impoverished or enslaved or murdered. That's why whenever a billionaire gets $1 billion, they never, ever, 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 ever fight against world hunger or poverty or crimp or injustice. They only ever want to exacerbate it, do a genocide, pass laws that take away standards for food and water and stuff. 7th hypothesis, competition. So we're not having a conversation about our highest vision as a way of winning or losing or defending our beliefs. That's the ignorance of debate. Debate is 7th hypothesis. You come in with the stupid beliefs you came in with, and you spend language trying to defend them. Why debates are for babies.
Debate weirdo.
Debate
dweeb.
And you're a debate dweeb. You have a conversation about your highest vision to test your understanding of it, third hypothesis, and your ability to communicate it in a way that helps somebody else understand. Again, third hypothesis. We are here to master that. The second question you can ask someone is, where are you stuck? Where are you stuck in achieving the excellence to your meaningful, intelligible goal? Now, I say meaningful because it has to be for you, personally meaningful. I say intelligible because it has to have some understandable parts. Can't just be all make-em-ups. Music is an example. Lots of hobbies have understandable parts that you can come to understand and master. Where are you stuck? Where are you at is a question about the self-logos, vision and understanding. Where are you stuck is a message being sent to you by the self about your pathologos, ego, as you say, or image of self. The third question you can ask is, what were your dreams like last night? Because dreams are a message about both, presented by a master of the dialectic. And the more often and we reflect on our dreams, the more we become like our dream maker. Hi, welcome Pumpkin Dojo. Making us like our dream maker, like a master dialectician, which is our job, and maybe like the self. So those are the real three questions you can ask someone. Where are you at? Where are you stuck? What were your dreams like last night? And we're very fortunate because we have audio apps on our phone. So as soon as you open your eyes, you can start talking and practice remembering, which is actually a spiritual yoga. You're practicing the gap from sleep to awake. Can you carry with you a memory? Equally so, everything you've been learning about the dialectic, you can test, are you carrying it with you into your dreams? Because ultimately we want to carry this understanding with us beyond lifetimes or in a spiritual experience. Again, a gap. So we can record that on our phone really easily, and there are even voice-to-text translation apps which save you the hour of work that I used to have to do to translate the audio recordings before a dream talk with a midwife, dialectician. So, say, hey, friend, buy me a coffee. What? Why? I'm going to walk you through something that's really important. 4 stages. That shows you that devil can't exist. No. To show you that God, a God that exists in a universe that has a devil or fights the devil, can't exist. The most common and most dangerous sick belief, the 7th hypothesis, that opposes the third, go get them doesn't exist. I have to find another path. When I say dream, I mean the dreams you have when you sleep, like your night dreams. All of them are intelligible messages. Thanks to old madman. And also thanks to me. To me, you say...
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
For me, not other guy. Other guy doesn't know anything. He's dumb. To him, we say...
You just attacked my person. You just harmed my body.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I take it back. I didn't mean to attack your person. I don't dream when I sleep. Yes, you do. You have to practice remembering it. I encourage you to have a voice recorder of some kind right next to your pillow. As soon as you wake up, start talking. Now, if you want to move quickly, that's your option. Set a phone alarm or alarm to go off every 2 hours. Your dreams come every 1.5 to 2 hour increments. So you'll have 4 or 5 dreams a night. If you wake yourself up in the middle of the night, you will remember them more easily. If you do it at the end of the night, you will your mind will mash them all together. Either way is good. The 2 hour increments is best. You'll find yourself dreaming heaps. The more you practice it, the better you get of it. I have aphantasia. What's that? Everyone has to dream. It's part of being rational. There are sleep studies that prevented people from dreaming. That's when they had rapid eye movement when they sleep. They woke them up, so they were still getting sleep. They just weren't able to dream. After a few weeks, or after a few days, I think, they had to call off the trial because they went insane. Dreams are necessary for your rationality. You wouldn't be talking to me if you weren't dreaming. The practice is remembering them. And that's how you do it. How are we for time? Oh, it's getting late. Okay, I'm back. Just check the clock, and it's been a over 4 hour stream. So, let's just review where we're at. I tried a lot to remember them, but was unsuccessful. I have like 1 dream per year, and even so, it's like a strange thought. We'll try the things that I suggested. The 2 hour increments with the alarm. Have the voice recorder straight next to your bed. And as you wake up, even if you can't remember anything, just start talking about how you feel. Sometimes that is enough. You might think that you haven't dreamt or your feelings are just normal feelings, but then you'll find later on in the day when you listen to a recording or you transcribe it, you'll find, oh, that was a strange feeling. At the time, it felt normal. Didn't feel like a dream. But actually, it was a strange feeling to wake up with. And the thing about dreams is they're all so perfectly rational, perfectly intelligible. So any image, any feeling, any thought, any words especially that come up in your dreams, even a small glimpse is enough to unpack insight. And as you practice, you get better. So set an alarm every 1.5 to 2 hours and start talking. Anything that comes up, feeling states, anything like that. And you might find when you wake up in the morning, you've got a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't even know that you remembered. And then try again tomorrow. And then the next day. Then if you're lucky enough to find a broad who is willing, has a good heart and good head and wants to go on this journey too, then every morning when you wake up, you can shed a tear because you sent them my number and she's my girlfriend now. And I'm getting to talk to them every morning about my dreams and you don't, because that's the rules.
Oh my fuck.
Or if you don't do that, then talk with them about your dreams every morning over breakfast. And move quickly towards your goals. I think it will try, but honestly, I don't think it's going to work. Now, that's interesting. You can do something even better. You can get a win-win.
It's disgusting. Win.
So win. Everything you think now, as you think about doing that, get a notepad. How does it feel? What states of mind? What feeling states? Do you feel it in your body? What words come up? I can't do it. Be more specific. Think about it more. Does it call you small brain? Does it call you dumbhead? Write the words down, write the thoughts down, write the states of mind down, write the images down. Write them down. And then do it anyway. As you continue, you'll start to get more and more lists of that. When you have that same state of mind again, alignment begins and movement follows. Thank you, Victoria. As the more that you have that state of mind, write more and more down and do it anyway. Now, you might surprise yourself with what you can do. That's great. That's a win. The second win is now you've got a whole bunch of clues about your blocked state of mind. Once you have enough clues, you can start to notice a pattern. Once you start to notice a pattern, you've got enough for a midwife talk. So you can do two things at once. And that's, of course, the pyramid. We have one purpose, so that fits in the top of the list, the dialectic. That's God damn it. God damn it. I've got a weird glitch on my OBS sometimes. Anyway, forget about that. All right, so dialectic. That's A and B button. That's the use of our ability to reflect on ourselves and to do so with language. So you can understand the meaning of life with one word. If you want to make it two words, the pathologos, false image of self we carry, and the logos, true self. By taking that journal or notebook full of the notes that come up that get in the way, or tell you can't do it, or say give up, don't try, or I know better, I know I'm gonna fail, I won't be successful, I'm a small bean and bad noodle. So all of those are the clues about your pathologos. Start to notice a pattern. You can have a midwife talk with a dialectician. Even better, because you're doing dream analysis, which is the greatest human activity, your dreams might give you information about both. About your high states of mind, reflecting your reading and your development of the logos, and your low states of mind. Messages about your pathologos. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win because you can also talk to your friends about it and get friends. And if it's a girl that wants to do this, not for you, just for Jed. That's the rules.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard, that just sounds like your cortisol levels are spiking for no reason.
And I'm just joy maxing. So that's why I win. So as the stream's getting a bit on, and I've got to go play some music today on my other stream, check that out. We can talk more there as I play some tunes. And you can request songs. It's a lot of fun. Let's do a quick review of what we got to. So always fun, always good, always important to, again, practice sharing our level of vision with new people, with interested people, with good people on the good journey. So today, really helpful for that. We got to express it all. Again, kind of condensed form. We are 170 something episodes in, but good to do, important to do. It's for everyone. It's not just truth, it's truth and humanness. So we'll pick up these arguments next time. We are learning how to do them ourselves. So maybe one argument's enough. And to practice, because you want it in your soul. Take this with you anywhere. Anytime, any galaxy, any place, any incarnation, any dimension of reality, whenever you feel like there's the devil, or you need to be punished, or you can only solve problems through violence, you can practice this dialectic on yourself or others, wherever, whenever. That's the kind of learning we're here to do. Soul tribes. You're gonna have to say more than that. I don't know what you mean. So, we've covered this dialectic. How did Socrates do it? So Jesus was triggered because Socrates told the truth in a really succinct way, Your idea of God isn't a personification of the principles and forces of intelligence that our soul can move through in the hero's journey to become one of the gods and go on to know the God or the self. Your idea of God is a historical force that has a chosen people, that it guides through history, that blesses who blesses you, and people who curse you, God curses them, and its highest vision and reality is that you rule the world. It's your fucking slave dog. Jews, Muslims, Christians, Abrahamic religions, the big ones. Most religions think of God as that. It wants me to be in charge. It wants me to have the women's. It wants me to do the genocide. It wants me to take all the land. Says the Jews, says the Christians, says the Muslims, says the Abrahamics, all of them. Very easy to see. Now, comparing the logos, a true understanding of what theology and gods are, again, a mythological personification through analogy and metaphor of the principles of reality that's open to everyone that we need to follow to reach our highest good and excellence, and comparing it to what these jabronis think, God is a historical force guiding me, the chosen people, allowing me to kill whoever I want, Palestinians, Muslims, steal everything, capitalists, conservatives, and wants me to be in charge, right-wingers, fashion. Hit the nail on the head, buddy. So we can understand that Jesus will be triggered. So he gives his idea. No, actually, my God is this. I started awakening. I arrived awakening. Welcome. To you we say...
The T-virus will transform me into an epic creation.
By being here, we will transform you into an epic creation.
It's awesome and it's gangster.
And that's awesome and gangster. So... Jesus' response was, no, it's not a historical spiritual entity that guides a chosen people. It's a necessary force. Your favorite Guna.
Goon.
Goon.
Goon, goon, goon.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
My chat's full of goons and gooners and weirdos.
I'm just asking
For some gooner men.
I'm not asking for gooner men, only gooner women.
Goon.
Gooners.
That's gooners. That's my chat. Only gooner women.
Goon.
Goon. So, and simp. Okay. So my God's actually a necessary force that has to exist in counter to what does exist, the devil, Satan. So the first approach Socrates takes, and we are learning, is to address that idea of God. It has to be at war with the devil. Step 1, define evil. So what are we using? Contemplation and actions, mind and function. To contemplate evil or to act in an evil way would be unintelligible, because knowing, remember we get mad at grandma, we say to grandma,
There's a UFO with Jesus in there.
no, that would just encourage her to crazy post on Facebook.
Bull testicles.
Maybe we don't say that to grandma. We say, hey, Socrates wasn't wise because he knew nothing. He knew what was the intelligible or contemplative or knowable experience. And it ain't evil, pal. So to contemplate evil is unintelligible. To act evil is irrational. It's against the principle of reason, which leads you to your good, not to evil. It's irrational, doesn't help you, doesn't actually fix things. It's not true. So to contemplate or act evil is unintelligible or irrational. Now we've got an extra insight into the dialectic that we're doing, which is intelligible or ousia. Ousia is the activity of knowing the intelligible. What's that dot from? Nowhere. A dot from nowhere. And irrational is against the activity of logos or dianoia or understanding. Dianoia is the Greek word for it. It's the best word. Come down E. No, that was fine. So while that's evil, the opposite of evil is what we're doing here, which is to contemplate the good, which is what we do with the dialectic, and to act good, which is how we function with our friends. So that's our first step, define evil as unintelligible and irrational. Second step, a few more steps involved, but to define the essence of God is to remain in his perfect state. So by definition, which is his own state eternally. So he can preserve that nature. Therefore, the definition of God is to be eternally good. Step 2. Step 3. Someone who is eternally good cannot speak or do, so that's functioning, speaking and doing, evil. Because that would be acting evil or lying. So lying, speaking, false, functioning, acting, false. So now we have enough pieces, defining evil as unintelligible, defining God as eternally good, defining the actions of what is good as not lying or evil. War is the abandonment of the intelligible as our fourth step. So let's move this down. So the fourth step is, hey, by the way, is war abandoning the intelligible, abandoning understanding, knowing, reasoning to solve problems and trying to use it by killing people, which doesn't help them, doesn't. And what's the standard of truth? The growth and development of the soul. So it abandons truth, abandons goodness, abandons intelligibility. Yes. So we can say, hey, if war is the abandonment of intelligible, we define the abandonment of the intelligible as acting evil or contemplating or acting evil. So 4, war equals 1. War is evil. And that's a good point in its own right. To function an evil way, we also said, is acting evil, which is 3, which is not the activity that God can do. So 3 point is God cannot speak or do evil because he's eternally good. Therefore, 4, war is equal to evil. It's not equal to doing good, which is what has to be the activity and speaking of God that is eternally itself in its own good state. So 4 is equal to 1. It's not equal to 3, which is equal to 2. Therefore, 4, war is not equal to God. There's our steps. That will always work. It will always be true. Those open to it can benefit from it. Therefore, you are being like the good. You are functioning in a true way, and you are acting in a true way. So you are being anti-evil or good. And what have we been saying? To be like the thing makes you more like it. It's the principle of likeness. So not only is this beneficial to anyone who believes in the existence of a God that fights evil in a war, Abrahamics, it's also good for your soul because you are becoming more like God yourself. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
So, memorize it. Practice it with your friends. Whoops. And then next time, we did a lot of work and talking today and relating to our friends, which is worthwhile. But next time we'll go on. Can we? Maybe that was providential. It's a first start. We're just learning a specific dialectic here, an important one, and we know why it's important now as well because of our map. So memorize it, practice it, dream about it. If you don't have any friends, go into a random coffee shop, find the smartest looking person there and sit next to her. Hey, let me practice something with you. And if it's good, buy me a coffee. If it's not, then I'll buy you a coffee. And if you're a philosopher with no money, you run after the conversation and then beg for forgiveness later. Nonsense. Ignore that. That was garbage.
Crap. Junk. Nobody should be watching this crap.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh my fuck.
Come on.
You're a baby. You're a little baby.
You're a little baby. Me?
Jesus Christ, Emma, this is not Opie and Anthony or whatever the hell.
Thank you. Oh, that's better. So practice it. Remember it. See if you dream about it. If you find someone to talk to about it, good for you. Well done. And tomorrow or next time, we're going to do a similar thing with can there be a devil that exists? We've defeated the warring god. Can we defeat the Satan himself? And if we have time, we'll go on to can we stop Armageddon? So, lots of fun. Big social event today. Lots of people coming back and new people. I hope you all had fun. And you can join the Discord. You can find links to old episodes. You can even donate if you've got some cash. Link below. And you can find a PDF to the text we're reading as well. Thank you for joining me. And I'll see you in the next one.